I'm going to go ahead and call a meeting to order, please. I'm going to call this meeting to order at 6 p.m. This is a regular meeting. Can I have order in the house, please? Thank you. I'm going to call this meeting to order at 6 p.m. This is a regular meeting for Tuesday, October 1st, 2024. Madam Clerk, will you please take the roll?
I will. Tim Hale.
Here.
Stephanie Nowers.
Here.
Dee McKee.
Here.
Bill Gamble.
Here.
Dimitri Fonoff.
Here.
Ron Bernier.
Here.
Madam Mayor, you have a quorum.
Thank you. Is there anything that any of the members would like to pull from the consent? Deputy Mayor, go ahead.
I'd like to pull RS 24-078 and RS 24-105.
Okay. Other members of the assembly want to pull anything? Assemblyperson Fauna, go ahead.
106.
Did you pull 078? Okay, thanks.
I'm sorry, what did Fauna say? I'm sorry, Assemblyperson Fauna, I didn't hear what
I'd
you
like to
said.
put 106. The resolution 106. 24. 106.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, can I get people, so people will stop talking?
Oh, can we have order, please? Thank you. Any other things that anybody would like to pull or change on the agenda? Okay. So now the agenda has been approved. If you'd all stand with me, please. And Madam Clerk, would you lead us in the pledge?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. The next item on our agenda is the meetings from previous meetings, the minutes from previous meetings, Assembly, a special meeting on the 10th of August of '24, Assembly regular meeting of the 24th, or the 20th in August of '24, the Assembly regular meeting on September 3rd of '24, a joint Assembly School Board meeting on September 10th of '24, Assembly regular meeting on September 10th of '24. Are there any changes to these minutes as presented? Seeing and hearing none, then the minutes are approved as presented. The next item on our agenda is, do we have a report from any of the cities? Okay, I do not see anybody. I know you're all from the cities someplace probably, but we have any report from the school district? Don't see anybody. I don't see Todd here for the state of Alaska. And there has not been a meeting of the Assembly and School Board on special issues, right? No. Okay, thank you. The next is Assembly Public Relations. Does anybody have anything under Public Relations that they would like to state? I have a couple of things. The borough today presented and was a program at Wasilla Chamber of Commerce, and I want to thank all of the directors that presented. They did an outstanding job there at presenting where we are in the borough and the things that are going on in the borough. And I got many nice compliments afterwards. And so thank you, Manager Brown, for putting that together. And then we will be, Manager Brown and I will be doing an abbreviated presentation to the Palmer Chamber on the 9th, which is next week. And then also the Matsu Borough is one of the sponsors for the Economic Summit that will be held on the 15th of October. And at that, for the luncheon, the city manager, the borough manager has presented a publication to present to those people that will be there at the summit regarding what's going on in the borough and the 2 ballot questions that we have for the borough. And in dealing with the 1 ballot question regarding the charter schools, we have made, Mike Brown has made arrangements for 1 member of each one of the charter schools to come at that noon time and give, I think, 5 minutes, right, presentation on the borough, as well as the assembly. We can't take a position on those ballot questions, but we can present information. And so that's what we will be doing on the 15th. So that's all I have under public relations. Mr. Brown, do you have a report for us? Thank you, sir.
Yes, Madam Mayor, thank you. And real quick for the Assembly, in your red folder is a flyer of the ballot proposition, specifically, well, all 4. But it really allows you to see what roads were included in Prop 4 and what schools and information are in Prop 1. So it's a reference for you if you're getting questions or calls from constituents. I'll keep the report fairly short. I asked our Public Affairs team to put together a short video of construction activities this summer, just to highlight some of the good work that's been done, since the Assembly doesn't get to go out and see all of these different projects. tried to pull it together in a visual way so that you can kind of get some sense for some of the things that were accomplished. So with that said, if you would, Madam Clerk.
Before, Madam Clerk, you start that, there are a couple seats up here in the front. Sorry, we're in a closed, smaller area because of the voting that's going on in the city of Palmer.
And the directors can go.
Okay, and the directors are going to be moving into the staff room, so there'll be some more seats back over here if you would like to sit. Thank you, directors, for doing that. Okay, go ahead, Madam Clerk. Thank you for letting me interrupt you. This is Point McKenzie, in case you don't know where these pictures are coming from. Said or not, but this is the Matsu Central School that's being built.
Excellent. Thank you. That's all I have for the report tonight, Madam Mayor.
Okay. Mr. Attorney, do you have a report? No? Madam Clerk?
The clerk's report is in your red folder. Also attached to the clerk's report is the agenda for Thursday and then the Joint Assembly Planning Commission meeting for next Tuesday. And also, every year in December, the assemblies, or January, the assembly schedules a meeting with the state delegation. We'd like to suggest December 19th. It's a Thursday at 10 a.m. Would that date work for the assembly to meet with the state delegation at the LIO office?
I hear any comments? Yes, Assemblyperson Hill, go ahead.
I won't be here, but I don't think that'll be a problem.
Okay. Any other comments from any of the rest of the assembly? Everybody checking their calendars? Okay, I don't hear any objections, Madam Clerk.
That is it, Madam Mayor.
Okay. The next item on our agenda is citizens and other correspondence. Are there any comments on the citizens and other correspondence from the assembly? Okay. Hearing none, then they are presented. Madam Clerk, would you read the IMs? Thank you.
IM 24-183, reporting conclusion of contract number 24029B with K&H Civil Constructors and the total contract amount of $473,876.70 for the Papoose Twins Road Improvement Project.
Okay. Is there any comments from the assembly? Okay, hearing none, it is presented. The next item we have is audience participation. This is the first audience participation we have available in tonight's meeting. We do have a sign-up sheet, but even if you didn't sign up and you do want to testify at this time, after we call on the people that have signed up, we will make it open to anybody else. And if there is, on our resolutions, we do not have public hearing. So if there is a resolution that you're interested in and that you want to give the assembly comments on it, this would be the time for you to do it. And your comments will be limited to 3 minutes. And the Deputy Borough Clerk will have a calendar and a timer, and you'll see it up on the overhead. So first person that has signed up is Franklin Wall. Okay, did you want to come, sir?
And Mr. Wall, can I get you to press the button on the mic there and you'll see it turn green? There you go. You're good.
I just wanted to ask a question. I've lived on Grandview Road for 34 years, and I live in the Bradley Lake subdivision, and we've had snow removal service for all them years until 3 years ago, and they're going to put a new Grandview Road in, but they stopped it at my property line and put a borough maintenance ends here. And for the last 3 years, it's cost me over $2,400 to have snow removal. And twice this past year, I was stuck in my house for 4 days because we couldn't get out and had to hire a loader to come and plow the road and get us out of our yard. And my wife and I are both, in our 70s. And I just want to know, when are they going to give me a snow removal service again?
Okay, I need to have you, first of all, state your name for the
Oh,
record.
I'm sorry.
That's
Frank-
okay.
Frank Wall. I flew for the Coast Guard for 21 years.
Thank you for your service. So we have the staff that are in there. I'm sure one of the staff can meet with you and give you some answers.
Go speak to them.
Yeah, you can go in there now if you want to, or afterwards. Okay, all right. All righty, thank you, sir. Julie?
My name is Julie Pollard. I am in favor of the resolution 24-105. I think we need to be reminded of where we come from, and so do our children. I hope that when it gets brought up, that it will pass. Thank you.
Thank you. And Lauren, what would you say that is? Carl?
Caro, I was close.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you. My name is Lauren Caro. I live in Buckshot Drive on Palmer, within the Kinnick Community Council area, Kinnick River Community Council area. Thank you for the opportunity to comment. I urge the Assembly to adopt Resolution 24078 as presented, keeping all three options available. In late 2008, I became a member of the Kinnick River Comprehensive Planning Team. I had lived in the area for I've lived in the area for almost 30 years and have seen a lot of change. The team included homesteaders, newer residents, and the original owner-manager of the Kinnick River Lodge. In February of 2009, we sent out a survey to all area residents, and we used the results of this survey to guide the process. For over 2 years, we met twice a month, writing the draft plan and then the amended version after public comments. All meetings were open to the public, and interested residents besides the planning team were present at almost every meeting. Anyone was allowed to comment and provide input. It was a very open grassroots process. The plan was presented to the community council and voted on, presented to the borough, and finally passed in 2014. As written, it has no teeth. It has no means of enforcement. Formation of a special use district is a natural outcome and next step in the process. The proposed resolution allows each community council to choose between options to form a draft SPUD. This allows each council to decide how much assistance they might need and who will develop the SPUD specifics. Maximum community input will be guiding SPUD development. Any resident of a community council area may attend the community council meetings and vote on the proceedings before it. Option 3 offers the most restrictive community input in the draft SPUD by limiting the advisory board to people appointed by the mayor and assembly. Although a suggested makeup of the board is included, it is also noted that feasibility of such a makeup is to be determined by whoever the mayor is at the time. Nothing in the ordinance, and I quote, obligates the mayor to make specific appointments. I strongly believe that to limit the SPUD development choice to just option 3, eliminating the other 2 options would be a serious mistake. It would not just eliminate community council choice, but limit initial community involvement and put it too much power in the hand of the political appointees and electors, who probably do not live in the district. Adopting the resolution with all three options allows this necessary process to go forward with the fullest measure of community involvement. Thank you.
Thank you. Crystal Roberts?
Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Crystal Roberts, and I moved to the Mat-Su Valley in 1993. I have some concerning with the wording in a couple areas of the proposed community council process for developing a community comprehensive plan or special use district in the MSB document. On page 2, under option 1, section B, it states community council conducts outreach to the property owners and residents within its boundaries regarding the initiation and progress associated with creating a plan or a SPUD. It concerns me that this isn't listed first before any proposal can be formed. It also concerns me that outreach isn't clearly defined. The South Connect River Community Council was able to initiate the formation of a special use district without any community outreach. When the council was confronted with angry community members, those community members were told that they should have attended monthly meetings if they had wanted a voice. Outreach should be defined as a valid attempt to not only reach out to each member of the community, but to take into account whether this is something that the majority wants. My other concern is with the wording property owners and residents. Our community council has stripped property owners of the right to vote on community matters unless they are also residents. Someone renting or leasing in the area can have a voice in decisions concerning the community, but mere property owners cannot if they do not live there. I believe this should be redefined as property owners and or residents, or even property owners who reside in the community if that is the intention. Simply saying landowners and residents leaves some doubt as to the intention. With this current wording, I believe that our community council should be forced to allow landowners to have a voice in matters that clearly affect the land that they are paying taxes on, even if not residing on. This same paragraph is included in option 2 on page 3, listed under D. Again, I feel that this should be listed first. A community as a whole should have a voice in the creation of a special use district from the beginning of the initiation process. There isn't similar wording included in option 3 at all. This is also a concern to me for the previously mentioned reasons. I've been a property owner and resident in my community for 30 years. We chose our land for the very reasons that a special use district could potentially threaten. Please do not give power to a community council to inflict their residents with rules and regulations without protecting the voice of tax-paying owners within their boundaries. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you think that is Millie
Tormy?
Tormy? Thank you.
Hello. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. My name is Millie Tormy. I've lived in the Mat-Su Borough for several years. The subject of the special use district has become very important to me and my family. As our community council, the South Connect River Community Council, was able to initiate the formation of a special use district in my community without any outreach, to the best of my knowledge, to the residents of the community. I feel that before the Assembly can vote to accept the documents that outline the 3 choices for forming the SPUD, some changes need to be made to the document. Getting a majority of the landowners in agreement should be the very first step of each of the 3 options. If this is not achieved, the Community Council should not be able to proceed. In the case of the South Connect River Community Council, I feel that the initiation process should have to start over and only proceed if the majority of the landowners are in agreement. Our council does not allow landowners to have a vote in the process unless they are also residents. I feel that as taxpayers on the property in question, they should have a voice in permanent rules and regulations being considered by a community council. Please consider the wording of each of the three options to protect landowners from decisions made by the community council. Not only should outreach be the first step, but even the term outreach should be clearly defined to ensure that steps are taken to reach a majority vote before the council can proceed with selecting an option. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Jackie?
Good evening, Madam Mayor and Assembly members and Manager Brown. My name is Jackie Goforth. I have in my possession the answer from our Attorney General to the Palmer query when they asked about those books. They asked specifically about books. It was answered. It was answered back in June. And part of it says, a robust public debate should be had about whether a community wants these books available to children and teens in their public or school libraries. Communities can and should make tailored decisions about what material is available and to whom it is available in taxpayer-funded libraries. Parents should then make decisions regarding their own children based upon what the community has chosen to make available in those libraries. And I didn't give you a copy because every time I give too many copies, I overstep my time, so I'll try not to do that. Now, I want you to know in the last month, I have been speaking with librarians in the Valley. This book was pulled and moved to the adult section in Willow. This book was moved to the adult section in Sutton. This book was moved to the adult section in Trapper Creek. This book and the 8 that go with it were also moved to the adult section. And the reason why is the letter you have in front of you from Palmer. I challenged this book, Empire of Storms. It's from a series called Throne of Glass. I challenged it in Palmer and in Wasilla and in Willow. The reason why is it's in the young adult section and it contains a 19-year-old and as you can see, a lot of concerning sections. The letter I got back says that Bloomsbury Publishing reprinted this title. They took the children's imprint off of it and it's now in the adult section. So the publisher is now moving books to the adult section. Publishers are moving books to the adult section. This book and the 8 books, the 7 books to go with it, moved in Palmer, and they moved in Wasilla, and I believe they're moving in the Valley also. Oh, wait. I'd like to let you know what happens when you challenge one of these books with a librarian. You're treated as though your brain cells haven't passed the amoeba stage. Okay? And when I did tell her that I wanted to speak about this book because it was in the young adult section, she said I was misinformed because it's not, it's in the adult section. And I want people to know that when I first made up my list, which you have, I took screenshots of all the books, okay? That was last year, and so I apologize because I hadn't looked to see if it had been changed. So what I want you to know and ask yourselves and tell yourselves is, if moving a book from the young adult section, children, to adults is book banning, didn't a publisher just ban books? And don't librarians didn't these 3 librarians just ban books? 4 if you count. Seriously, it's not book banning. It's trying to protect children, just like the labels on the music and on movies and on every other indecent material is. Thank you for your time.
Linda Sloan?
My name is Linda Spohn. I want to thank you for setting up the Library Citizens Advisory Committee, and especially for Assemblymen Bonoff and Bernier and Assembly Lady McKee for working to bring it forward. It was a wise and courageous decision. I believe it needs some tweaking. On 2 of the challenged books, the committee voted unanimously that there was no redeeming quality in either Identical or Red Hood, and the committee majority voted to have them removed from the library. My question is, why are they still in the library? When the Library Citizens Advisory Committee reads these vulgar, evil books, it isn't an easy task by any means. Then they vote, and the majority gets completely ignored? I feel as a tax-paying citizen that my voice is still not heard on this issue, and I feel the committee members who have to read this smut and vote and their vote seems irrelevant. I don't want the adult section of the libraries turned into a vile adult bookstore with our tax funds. The books should be removed, like the committee voted. Anyone fighting to keep books in our libraries that aren't even worth the paper they are printed on, these people have questionable character and should not be running our libraries. Their paychecks come from taxpayer funds. They work for the taxpayer. Also, I am in favor of RS 24-105. I think it's a wonderful idea and educational. Thank you so much.
Karen?
Good evening, Madam Mayor and Assembly and everybody. I'm all for what our founding fathers founded our nation upon. In fact, I'd like to read a few things. Our first U.S. President, George Washington, said, "Do not let anyone claim tribute to American patriotism if they even attempt to remove religion from politics." Thomas Jefferson said, "God, who gave us life, gave us liberty. And can the liberties of a nation be thought secure when we have removed their only firm basis, a conviction in the minds of the people that these liberties are a gift of God, that they are not to be violated, but with his wrath? Indeed, I tremble for my country when I reflect that God is just, that his justice cannot sleep forever." He also said, this is Thomas Jefferson, "The First Amendment has created a wall of separation between church and state, but that wall is a one-way directional wall. It keeps government from running the church, but it makes sure that Christian principles will always stay in government." Here's one from George Mason, who is a delegate to the Constitutional Convention and called the father of the U.S. Bill of Rights. "The laws of nature are the laws of God, whose authority can be superseded by no power on earth." Patrick Henry, the ratifier of the U.S. Constitution, "It cannot be emphasized too strongly or too often that this great nation was founded not by religionists, but by Christians, not on religion, but on the gospel of Jesus Christ." Thomas Paine, writer and revolutionary leader, "The cause of America is in a great measure the cause of all mankind. Where, say some, is the King of America? I'll tell you, friend, he reigns above." Patrick Henry, member of the First Continental Congress and governor of Virginia. "The great pillars of all government are virtue, morality, and religion. This is the armor, my friend, and this alone that renders us invincible." John Jay, who is the first Chief Justice of the United States Supreme Court, "Providence has given to our people the choice of their rulers, and it is the duty as well as the privilege and interest of our Christian nation to select and prefer Christians for their rulers." Benjamin Franklin, Constitutional Convention delegate and signer of the Constitution and Declaration of Independence. "I have lived a long time, and the longer I live, the more convincing proofs I see of this truth, that God governs in the affairs of men. And if a sparrow cannot fall to the ground without his notice, is it probable that an empire can rise without his aid?" George Washington. Okay.
Karen, I need your name.
I am so sorry. I was Karen Lewis.
Thank you. Joe Irvine?
My name is Joe Irvin. I'm a vice president of the Fisher Community Council, and normally I would ask for 5 minutes, but we haven't had a meeting in our bylaws state that you have to have permission of the meeting of the body to claim the 5 minutes to speak for them. So I'm speaking for myself, but I am the vice president of the Fisher Community Council, and I've been active as a secretary for the last 20 plus years in that capacity. Before I start, I would like to give a shout out to some of the borough staff that we work with and I have worked with over the years. I found them always to be very helpful and return phone calls in a timely manner, or at least answer even right then. So I'd like to call out specifically Joe Metzger. These are planning, plating, community development folks. Once again, Joe Metzger, Julie Spakeman, Rodney Fodge, Natasha, I'm not sure of her last name, Heindel, and Hugh Leslie. Those folks I've worked personally with in the last few months, and they've been very helpful. So we, in 2013, we started our community council comp plan process, and it took us 3 years to do it. We reached out to the community and asked for volunteers to serve on the committee. We had 33 people volunteer, and we rejected, no one was rejected. We let everybody participate. We had a meeting every month for 3 years before we finally got our comp plan finalized. So in the end, we had about 17 people that consistently stayed in attendance, but it was come and go for 3 years. I mean, you can understand how it would be hard to get people to every month come for 3 years. But right now, we are in the process of looking at revising this comp plan or creating a SPUD, because I'm sure you might know it, that we are being inundated. I shouldn't say inundated, but we're one of the fastest, if not the fastest growing community in the borough. And we have more subdivisions, more fourplexes, detached fourplexes. We have 3 giant recreational areas in our area. So people just really want to move here. So I would like to recommend that you leave in the 3 options in RS 24-078 because it gives our community, we did basically option 2, and it worked out tremendously. So I would definitely not want you to remove option 2. So I'm in favor of leaving all 3 options in place and let the communities decide which option they're going to use for a SPUD or a comp plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Andy?
Mayor DeVries and members of the Assembly. My name is Andy Couch. I'm the chairman of the Mat-Su Borough Fish and Wildlife Commission. Assembly Member Gamble had a resolution 24-107 that I would ask you to support. It's on the consent agenda, and it would urge the Board of Fisheries to consider 2 different agenda change requests, and those agenda change requests are to consider Susitna drainage, the whole drainage, Chinook salmon population as a stock of yield concern. And the yield from that population has dropped, I don't have the exact figure, but it's over 90% since the early 2000s. And that's was sent to the Board of Fisheries by the Borough Fish and Wildlife Commission. And then there's another agenda change request in there too that was sent by the legislative delegation for the Mat-Su Valley. And that would designate Little Susitna River coho salmon as a stock of yield concern as measured by the in-river sport fishery. And the in-river sport fishery harvest has declined by, I believe it was 84%, according to the agenda change request. And I looked at those numbers, and that seemed to be right about where it was. And that was from early 2000s to now. Those familiar with sport fishing in the valley know that there was very little opportunity to fish for king salmon or to harvest coho salmon this year. And Little Susitna had, not this year because I don't have the figures yet, but last year, it had the lowest sport harvest on record since the state started doing harvest survey estimates in 1977. So all this would do is make a designation, and then the Department of Fish and Game would be, well, first off, the board would have to, the Board of Fisheries would have to say, yes, we'll hear these agenda change requests. And then if the board said, yes, we agree with these, then an action plan would have to be developed for each as to how to bring back that yield from those two fisheries. Thank you. If you have any questions, I'd be glad to talk to you.
No.
Thank you.
Anthony Nichols?
Evening. I'm Tony. Nice to meet y'all. I'm down South Connect River special use. Yeah, sorry. Came to talk about the special use district area. I moved in there about 2.5 years ago. Started going to community council meetings. I figured I'd clear up a couple of things. Maybe give you guys some info from the inside perspective on there. I'm pretty individualized liberty. I don't think we should tell people what they should be doing with their properties, per se, including business owners. Talked to some of them earlier. But some things have been coming around. A lot of rumors have been getting spread, and a lot of people have been kind of slinging mud left and right going on down at that road. So there was absolutely an attempt by that community council to let everybody know. And I would know because I've been attending most of those meetings. I work an average of 70 hours a week, sometimes 80 hours a week. I have a new child. I am exhausted. I study 20 hours a week at a minimum for my job just to maintain my current education requirements and to maintain proficiency. I was still able to make it over to 50% of those council meetings going on down there. So that being said, if they were not in the know, that was kind of on them. The one thing that I will state that a lot of people seem to be very upset about, I think Tim was there on the meeting where I was also very upset about it, and I had to apologize to people for. Special use district, that was the term that came out. Most people thought they were talking about the public use area down at the beginning of that road. When they found out that it was essentially zoning requirements and as initiated by the community council, that's where most people seem to get upset with this. So I don't know why it's called a SPUD. I don't know why they didn't just state it was zoning. I would say that's probably the biggest part of your issue and a big, huge chunk of the drama that's going on involving that. As for the lodge and everything else, that seems to be the crux of the issue going on down there. I would say the lodge needs to come down to the community council meeting, talk to them, talk to the people that are having concerns with them. There is concerns of abuse going on by the lodge right now and with their helicopter business. That's what's causing a lot of the drama going in there. That being said, that community council I don't think was doing anything to try and be underhanded involving in this. They have absolutely taken public testimony at every single meeting that I have gone to with them. There has not been anything, every question that I have asked since I have been there, they have answered quickly and to the best of their ability. And anytime they've had to get back to me, they have gotten back to me promptly. I don't believe there's any abuse. I personally would like to see all three options on the ballot. I think that gives everyone else involved in the area a better say in what's going on. And for the other guys down there at the lodge, I think if they actually came down and did some diplomacy, they might be able to get a better outcome that's amicable for everybody in terms of solving that issue. That's pretty much all I have to say. Thank you for giving me your time.
Thank you. Louise, is that right?
I think so.
Louise. Colin?
Lewis.
Lewis,
Sorry,
I'm
Lewis.
sorry.
It's Louis Calandry, and I am with Big Lake Trails. It's in Resolution 24099. Big Lake Trails is a nonprofit 501(c) with members and followers totaling over 4,500. I'd like to encourage the Mat-Su Borough Assembly to pass a resolution to keep the Alaska Long Trail and National Scenic Trail designation off Mat-Su Borough trails. By designating the Alaska Long Trails as as a national scenic designation, it will create federal overreach on Mat-Su-Borough trails. Let's keep it the Alaska way of life and play. So many people use snow machines to access their homes and recreational remote cabins. So please vote no and say no to the Alaska Long Trail. That's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mary Robinson?
Good evening, Mary Robinson, Borough resident, and I represent myself. Tonight I'm going to speak against Resolution 24-05 and against the applicant for the Mat-Su Library Advisory Board. Looking over paperwork for upcoming elections, mayor, assembly, school board, city councils, there is absolutely no mention of religious affiliation. Freedom without favor, equality without exception. I'm bewildered why religion continues to wend its way through the Mat-Su-Borough boards, commissions, and assembly. Mayor DeVries, Mat-Su-Borough bio, states she attends King's Chapel. Mr. Yunt's going away gift was to carve out $100,000 from the 2025 Mat-Su-Borough budget for a water line for King's Chapel extension. Deputy Mayor Bernier twisted himself into knots to appoint his pastor and friend from outside of District 7 to the Mat-Su-Borough Library Citizen Advisory Committee. Deputy Mayor Bernier completely ignored the 13 people that applied for the Borough Library Citizen Advisory Committee because he knew that the Talkeetna 13, as we've started to call them, had an agenda, and did they even believe in God? The first meeting of the Mat-Su-Borough Library Citizen Advisory Committee was barred for the first couple of minutes prior to the 5 p.m. meeting because Mayor DeVries was giving a tour to her prayer group. All well and good in of itself, no problem. I just am bewildered why religion continues to be such a part of the borough when some of us have no religious affiliation. Did any other churches receive money from the borough budget for a water line extension or any infrastructure? Devoting significant resources and time to an issue that could be construed as partisan. To governments, he gives the power of the sword. To churches, he gives the power of the keys. Yet to none of the parties does God give the authority to coerce true worship or criminalize false worship. It all comes back to intent. How are government officials using the platform that they've been given to affect temporary change in a physical world or permanent change in an internal soul? Again, I am against Resolution 24-05, and I am against the applicant for the Mat-Su Library Advisory Board. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Lisa Nash.
Hi, good evening. I've never attended assembly meeting. My name
I think there's a lot of people tonight that haven't, so you're probably in a very similar situation, so go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And thank you to my community for showing up. And it's because of members of our community that I'm here. Tim, you're one of them. I know you don't know me, but I just started going to the South Knik River Community Council meetings, and I'm here to discuss something that I have no authority speaking about, the SPUD, the comprehensive plan. I guess we're supposed to be voting on these 3 columns here. And the wording of it in general, I know it's up to us to inform ourselves, and that's the problem. When you go to websites and you're trying to read things, you don't quite always get your questions answered. So when you show up in person, though, to community council meetings and things like this, I think we find a lot more information. So I am trying to be informed, but I do think I'm very ignorant when it comes to most everything that we have to vote on. And the wording here, like option 1, limited assistance from MSB staff. Option 2, moderate assistance from MSB staff. And then option 3, it says in-depth formal assistance from MSB staff. So option 3 basically means us, the community, has no say. Option 3 is going to make sure that our voices aren't heard, from my understanding. I would love somebody to explain it to me, better than that. But bottom line for me, I don't have a lot of time to look into every single word on every single document that I'm getting and understand it all. And so I'm voting that we keep all 3 options, if that's what I'm here to vote on today, because I feel as though the community needs a say and the community needs to be informed. And I believe that the outreach that we have right now does not help us be informed. And as a matter of fact, it fills us with our own judgments, like, oh, I didn't read enough. Oh, I wasn't informed enough. But where do we get this information? We don't have, 20 hours every day to look into this stuff. We have 20 minutes maybe. And so I would like us to do a better outreach from our community members, our leaders, our community in general. The way we help each other is by talking about this stuff and making sure it's not convoluted or it's not being hidden or there's an agenda being hidden. People are scared and they want to use their voices, but a lot of times they're scared to use their voices. Just like me right now, I do not public speak at all, ever. But I'm really passionate that we have our options in front of us and that we have our choices and we're allowed to use our voices and not be lied to or gaslit or whatever else is out there, but know what the facts are, know what the actual vote is about. And I don't even know what this vote is about. There's 3 options. I don't think the third option should be the only option. I don't think that the third option should be like you as the mayor get to make up the minds for our community when we haven't even had a voice. We need choices and we need to have a voice about it and we need to be informed and the outreach needs to be better. Thank you.
Lisa, would you state your name for the record, please?
Lisa Nash.
You did very well.
Thank you.
So be encouraged. John
Tremaine?
Tremaine, Tremayne. Okay.
Hello, everyone. My name is John Tremaine, and I represent Adult and Teen Challenge in Wasilla and Houston. I just wanted to speak a little bit to all of you and thank you for the opportunity to serve with the borough in our Cash for Cleanup program. It's really been a lot of work, but it's really been a real blessing to our students as well as some of the people in the community. It gives us a chance to go out in the community and to recognize, people's, veterans, elderly, basically recognize their needs. And it's a chance for us to serve through our ministry, share the word if that's what they need, and just move forward. And I would really like to see some kind of a winter program that involves the veterans and involves the senior citizens, especially in the outlying areas, to receive our services. And so if you all could do what you all do and make it happen, that'd be great. I'm not a great speaker, but I appreciate y'all. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Breton Kind?
Breton Kind? Yep. She'll straighten us out here.
Hi.
Hi.
I'm Gretchen Keim. I'm a resident of District 1. I've lived in the Valley for half of my life, and I wanted to state my opposition to Mr. Barriner's proposal to display the 10 Commandments. I'm ready to voice my opposition to Mr. Barriner's proposal for displaying the 10 Commandments, the Magna Carta, the Mayflower Compact, and the Declaration of Independence, the preamble of the U.S. Constitution, and the preamble to the Alaska Constitution in Mat-Su public libraries and in the lobby of the Matanuska-Susitna borough buildings. Mr. Barriner has stated that he was inspired by recent laws passed in Louisiana that ordered the 10 Commandments to be displayed in public school classrooms, and the only reason the other documents are included is not to open up the borough administration to legal action. Looking beyond the preamble of the U.S. Constitution to the First Amendment, which states, Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof, or abridging the freedom of speech or of the press, or the right of the people to peaceably assemble and to petition the government for a redress of grievances. Posting the Ten Commandments can easily be perceived as an informal establishment of religion by which the residents of the MSB may expect government operations to be guided by. While this may be a comfort to some folks whose belief system incorporates the Ten Commandments, it is exclusive to borough residents who don't consider themselves to be Christian. This includes people who consider themselves to be atheist, agnostic, Jewish, Muslim, Sikh, Hindu, pagan, or any other belief system. All members of our community have a right to feel and be included in the conduct of borough government without concern of bias for one belief system or prejudice towards their own. I'm a lifelong Alaskan, and I've lived in the MSB for more than half my life. During that time, I've seen the diversity that continues to grow in our communities. This diversity brings us new business like international grocery stores or ethnic restaurants. It brings diversity of thought of new ideas and new ways to solve old problems. It allows us to learn from each other in many ways and to experience life a bit differently than we're used to. The separation of church and state is a strongly held American and Alaskan value. To allow the Ten Commandments to be posted is a violation of this value and is simply un-American and un-Alaskan. People have every right to not practice or practice the religion of their choice, but that religion has no place in government. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Randall Wilbur?
Hello. Excuse me. My name is Randall Wilbur. Just want to say thank you for the opportunity to share. I appreciate the humility that you guys have to display on a regular basis, having your perspectives questioned and poked and prodded. I want to say thank you to Assembly Member Fanov for the opportunity. I would like to share my support for 24-106, the partnership with the Borough and Adult and Teen Challenge. We are a program that helps people that struggle with drug and alcohol addictions. And the partnership with the Borough, I think it's a good fit for the Borough. We're providing a service that is needed. There's a lot of opportunity to help pour back into the communities. For our students, some of which are here this evening, addiction causes a lot of damage to themselves personally and also to family and community. And so an opportunity to partner with the Borough to provide the opposite and to bring healing and good things, I think it's just such a positive thing. And I just want to fully support that resolution and appreciate what you guys do. So thank you.
Thank you. So that concludes the number of people that have signed up, but we will now open it up to anybody that hasn't spoken yet. And
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Assembly. I'm Kathy Kaiser. You will see on the vacancy report that it states that Adam Jenkins resigned from the Mat-Su Borough Library Board. That's not exactly what happened. At our last board meeting on September 10th in Talkeetna, the board voted to remove Adam Jenkins because he had never attended a single meeting since his appointment by the mayor. According to the Borough Code 4.05.030, this removal meets both 2 and 6 under Section B. It states, a vacancy occurs on the board when, 2, a confirmed appointee fails to qualify and assume the duties of office within 30 calendar days of confirmation, and 6, the board member is absent from more than 3 consecutive board meetings, and the respective board requests the removal in writing to the Assembly. Since I was acting chair at the meeting because our chair was out of the country, I wrote the letter to the Assembly and hand-delivered it to the clerk's office last Thursday around 4:30 p.m. You will notice in the attachments to the vacancy report that Adam Jenkins sent his notice of resignation via email to the mayor at 8:30 p.m., 4 hours after I submitted the request to have him removed. Now, either this is a grand coincidence or the mayor contacted Mr. Jenkins and asked him to submit his resignation. Not so coincidentally, having him resign looks much better on record than having him removed, and so it goes. I just want to do the Assembly to understand what really happened and know that the mayor is now directly appointing someone to take his place without allowing for any time for additional applications. You may remember me telling you several months ago that Mr. Jenkins had never even stepped foot in the Willow Library, which he was representing, until after his appointment to the board. As Shakespeare would say, Something is rotten in the state of Denmark. So now I ask you not to rubber stamp the mayor's appointment of the new representative, Mark Spahn, to the library board. Please wait for the residents of the Willow area and advocates of the Willow Library to be informed of this vacancy and give them time to submit applications. Mr. Spahn has not proven himself as a library advocate. In fact, he's done quite the opposite. If you continue to rubber stamp these appointments by the mayor, you will be responsible for the continued denigration of the library board, which is supposed to be, according to borough code, filled with library advocates. I'd also like to invite you to watch the recording of our last board meeting, the audience participation period in particular, where you will hear numerous Talkeetna residents express their disappointment in the appointment of Pastor Chad Scott to the chair position on the Library Citizens Advisory Committee. Remember me telling you that he proudly doesn't even have a library card? I ask you to please listen to what all of your constituents are saying, not just those you go to church with.
Anyone else would like to address the assembly?
Hi, my name is Janelle Merle. I fully support, as a member of the community, Resolution 24-106, the borough's partnership with Adult and Teen Challenge. Not only as a member of the community, but I personally went through the program. I was the first graduate for the Mat-Su Valley for Adult and Teen Challenge. And I strongly support this partnership with the Mat-Su Borough and Adult and Teen Challenge. It would give benefits both ways. It's a great opportunity for them to get involved in the community, to understand from the borough's standpoint a lot of things, and it's a benefit for the Mat-Su Borough and the Assembly to also get involved with Adult and Teen Challenge on what exactly they do. Just to emphasize on what their director said, they're not just a drug and alcohol treatment facility. They're actually the first 2.1 inpatient treatment center for the state of Alaska. So they take anybody with drug, alcohol, homelessness, addiction, domestic violence, sexual abuse, anybody that's has some type of an addiction or is needing rehabilitation, and they're treated from a psychological standpoint. Their certified drug and alcohol counselor is not just a CDC. She's also has her master's in psychology. And so it's a great benefit all the way around. And so I strongly support the partnership with the borough and Teen Challenge. It's something you guys will not regret. Thank you.
Thank you.
So I have no prepared remarks, but I
Can
would
I
just
have
like,
your name, sir,
yes,
please?
it's Jeff Smith. Okay,
Go
so
ahead.
I have no prepared remarks, but I've come here and I've heard a band of charlatans and demagogues up here try to hoodwink the audience with talk of religious mumbo jumbo, superstition, and hobgoblins in adult books. These are books. They're not pornographic. They're not strange. They're literature. Get over it. Now, I ask you all in the audience, what are these people trying to distract you from with their nonsense? I think you should look at them, see what their interests are, see what they're trying to distract you from, because I think that's the bigger deal than jamming public buildings full of nonsense or keeping books out of libraries.
Okay, somebody else would like to testify?
Mark
Yes.
Spohn, Mayor and Assembly Manager, thank you for letting us speak. As far as 24099, that would definitely, in my mind, have to be a no. Anytime you're going to restrict motorized vehicles on a trail or possibly getting the federal government involved in things, that'd be a no. 24-105, sponsored by Assemblyman Bernier, sorry. Definitely appreciate that. That's long overdue. That's common sense. How can somebody be against having these things posted in a borough building or the libraries or the school or anywhere else? That's freedom in America. That's what we're all here for. We all want to be in a free country. And this is how the founding fathers came up with, and that's how our laws are based on. So that would definitely, thank you for supporting or bringing that up. And And also thank you for the people that voted to try and do something to protect our children from the pornography that's being introduced for kids in these libraries with taxpayer dollars. So thank you for making a committee. I think the committee could use a little more teeth. They shouldn't be overruled by a borough employee. I think they're trying to do a good job. And if anybody has ever tried to read one of those books that these people are tasked with reading, there's nothing in your life that could probably affect you worse than to have to do what they're doing. So we should thank them for what they're doing. And thank you for everything you're doing. Thank you.
Next person.
Is this working? Okay. Do you need me to state my name?
Please.
I'm Ryan Newman. I'm 21 years old. I was recently a minor, relatively. And during that, I've read all sorts of books. I read books from the founding fathers to fascists, communists, and any ideology between. And I've even read some that some of these people would consider pornographic in nature. And I've read books that would be considered too old for me at that time. And some of you want to pull a ban or a totally not ban on these books. I would respond, you are far away from your youth. How are you to say anything along the lines of you understand the maturity of children when your childhood was at the very least before the Clinton era, and for some of you during the Nixon or even the Johnson era, or even before? I believe you who are for this totally not a book ban are scared because you are scared of the freedom of press and speech. Let the children develop how they will. That's how my late father handled me. Let me think, do, and read as I want, as long as I do not hurt anybody. And he raised an intellectual. But perhaps you're afraid because you know the higher education level, the less likely you are to vote Republican. Thank you, and God bless America.
Anyone else like to present testimony to the? Yeah. Okay.
Hello, my name is Carol Carmen. I live off of Palmer Fish Hook, and I'm in support of 24-105. Thank you for the quotes that you shared. It is part of our history. It's part of who we are as a country. I appreciate that resolution very much. All the components of the resolution belong there, every single one of them. And I hope you vote as a patriotic citizen in favor of that resolution, because that's what it is. It's patriotism. It's supporting our country, which is what we ought to do. Government's a different story. We support government when they deserve it. Country, we need to support all the time, and that's patriotism. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Michael Baker. I'm here in support of keeping all three options available in resolutions 24-078. I'm here also tonight to set straight at least a portion of the controversy surrounding the end of Connect River Road. 3 minutes of truth telling is simply not enough, but it's where we've been given and the matter set before you is too important to remain silent. At the Planning Commission meeting last month, Chad Emsweiler testified, quote, "I recently had a demand letter for $700,000 based on noise and other damages that they are trying to do. This is from the leaders of the community council." No, the leaders of the community council, President Craig Price and then Vice President Dennis Sayer, were not parties to that letter, nor was it ever brought before the council that I've been made aware of. And the $700,000 is not about noise at all. The fact is that Chad Emsweiler, owner of the lodge and helicopter company next door to me, has trespassed and destroyed property that is not his own. My journey to Alaska started long before I ever set foot here 24 years ago. To travel with and support the formation of future world leaders through adventures of the mind and body in the wilderness, of Alaska, a boutique tourism venture designed to strengthen the hearts and minds of those that would someday lead their area of the world. We had one incident with the lodge prior to Chad's arrival, and the result was a lifelong friendship with the previous folks. We spent countless hours volunteering for the former owner and manager, enjoying good company and meals on the lodge deck. For years, we opened our home to employees for Thanksgiving, Christmas, skating parties, birthdays, anniversaries. The love and support we received from these employees has been invaluable, and I consider them dear friends. Our roots run deep in Alaska. 2 of my daughters belong to the Dena'ina people and are members of the Eklutna tribe. My grandson is Yupik. Our son-in-law hails from a 5-generation commercial fishing family. We have no intentions of abandoning our home or the land on which we thrive as a family. In June 2023, my youngest son was on our property when our relationship with the lodge dramatically changed due to the actions of Chad Emsweiler, owner and operator. An unknown man at the time, months later identified as Chad, personally trespassed on our property, causing devastating damage with heavy equipment. One of our 75-plus foot tall birch trees came crashing down where my youngest children play. My eldest daughter and a neighbor rushed to investigate the noise. Had my children been playing where they play, the time Chad toppled our tree more than 60 feet into our property, I don't know what would have happened. Or what, yeah. Despite my daughter and my neighbor's pleas to stop Chad's activities, trees professionally marked by Hanson surveyors with survey tape clearly marking the property lines were toppled and debris from the lodge's side was pushed onto our land. When I arrived, I confronted an unknown man, later identified as Chad. He was dredging our drinking water.
Can I have you wrap
an
it up, sir?
excavator. And I'll let the rest be said by my son.
Okay, thank you.
My name is Isaac Baker. I just want to finish my dad's statement here. When I arrived, I confronted an unknown man, later identified as Chad Emsweiler. As the excavator Chad was operating, was dredging our drinking water source. Our spring was severely damaged with severed pipes and water. As it muddied, that became undrinkable. Chad refused to identify himself, apologize, or cease his operations. It took a call to the troopers and my furious insistence as a protective father to halt the destruction of our property and drinking water that sustained us. Regarding firearms, Chad mentioned, I indeed personally witnessed the taking of statements following a firearm incident that rocked our community. The incidents involving multiple lodge employees, I was not on the scene following the event, and I personally heard one of these lodge employees telling the troopers and the lodge manager that her husband, a fellow employee, had fired a pistol into the ground in front of a minor neighbor's child. We had worked at the lodge for a week. I heard her voice as she stated that her husband, a fellow lodge employee's intention was solely to scare the boy. This is the same child the lodge employee admitted they had sold alcohol to and assaulted. I believe that's all. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Shelby Baker. As to setting the record straight for what Chad Emsweiler said to his statements to the planning committee last month about his neighbors and about the $700,000 about just noise. Some of it was addressed by my husband, Mike, about the trees that he damaged. This was the letter that we had sent from our lawyer after I tried to go and talk to them amicably about the incident. They refused to speak to me and have their lawyer call me the next day. So we had to get a lawyer as well. The Alaska Glacier Lodge is bordered on 3 sides by residential property owners. Thus, it should have been obvious that construction and other activities at the lodge needed to be carried out with appropriate care. Unfortunately, this was not done. In 2018, those acting for the lodge cut a trail across the Baker and Pearson properties so that the lodge guests could access a butte for viewing. No one representing the lodge asked for permission. Both properties were posted, and there was no question that the lodge knew what it was doing was wrong. After being confronted, the lodge manager at the time promised that this would never happen again and that the lodge would keep those working for or on its behalf off the neighbor's property. Earlier this year, however, the new lodge manager in place, the lodge built a helicopter pad near the property boundary line. As a part of the project, birch, cottonwood, and alder trees on the Baker side of the property were destroyed and damaged. As a result, the Baker property has suffered not only a loss of the trees, but also reduced surface runoff, erosion, impact to drinking water, and the commencement of loss of screening against the noise of the helicopter traffic. The value of the lost damaged trees has been estimated at $66,435 to $221,450. These were all estimates that were given from reports from Maria. She's a tree specialist. And then it goes on to talk about in the state of Alaska, we have trouble cause. And it was well known earlier that this property line was put in place. The damage was, whether it was intentional or voluntary, because the property line is well known in light of earlier intrusion, is highly likely the result in the event of legal dispute would be treble damages on at least $44,000 and perhaps in as much as $221,450. In other words, the tree issue alone is likely to result in liability between $132,000 to $664,350. So this was the letter that he was claiming was all against the noise, which was actually just the property damages that he had done to his neighboring properties. Thank you.
Mhm. Anyone else that hasn't testified that would like to address the assembly? Okay. I don't see me. So on the phone, we have 4 people. Go ahead, whoever's first on the phone.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and members of the Assembly. My name is Mark Masteller, that's Masteller from Palmer. And I just want to address 2 resolutions on the consent agenda, the first being RS 24078 about community councils and developing comp plans in special land use districts. I understand this resolution originated with circumstances in the South Connect River Community Council area, and I empathize with their concerns. But as written, this resolution has borough-wide impacts, and the public and community councils were not noticed or allowed to be engaged in this proposal. An action with significant impacts to community planning processes across the borough, like comp plans and special land use districts, should not be addressed through a consent agenda process. So I'd like to see RS 24078 pulled entirely and returned to the Planning Commission and staff, so that community councils and the public can be engaged and allowed input. The second one is RS 24105 regarding the documents to be displayed. I just think this is a guarantee way for our tax dollars to be spent on lawyers rather than on roads and other services the borough is responsible for. The resolution doesn't conform to the requirement of the separation of church and state, which is clearly outlined in our U.S. Constitution, and I guess we do want to see that one on display, the Constitution. So, you know, I guess I'm frustrated that these types of things just waste valuable money and time, and I think the Assembly should focus on being good stewards of our limited tax dollars. So RS 24105 should also be pulled from the consent agenda to allow thorough discussion. Thanks for your consideration.
Mhm. Next person on the line, please.
Yes, my name is Mary McCrum. My last name is spelled MCCRUM. The Assembly's proposal to display the Christian 10 Commandments in our borough libraries is unconstitutional. The First Amendment of the United States Constitution forbids promoting one religion over another. This proposal is a restriction on our freedom. Our borough libraries in Sutton, Big Lake, Willow, Trapper Creek, and Talkeeton are under siege. The Matsu Assembly, appointed a Library Citizens Advisory Committee, has recommended removal of 2 books from our libraries, and in itself threatened to prosecute the librarians who have these on their shelves. The borough's committee development department has the final say about these books. If forced to litigate on any of these actions, the funding would bankrupt this agency. The libraries would be forced to close, and this would also affect other community development programs in the recreational areas, like our swimming pools. What price do we pay to have unconstitutional censorship in our borough? Thank you very much.
Next person online, please.
Good evening. My name is Craig Price. I'm the president of the South Connect River Community Council. I'm speaking to you tonight in support of 24-078 with all three options intact for a community to choose its process to form a special use district or comprehensive plan. Planning department has done a fine job of putting together 2478 and it's a thoughtful process for all communities borough-wide wishing to develop a comprehensive plan or special use district. 4 votes by our community council have been made this year in support of and preparation for a special use district. One of those votes was with over 40 members of the community present. All votes passed with over 2/3 majority in favor. I bring this information to you because of comments made in the 9/16 Planning Commission meeting regarding community councils as follows. It's a small group of people making decisions. I'm not a big fan of giving a lot of power to them. This as I watch 5 individuals making a vote which affects not just our community, but all communities borough-wide. The irony of these statements, a few deciding for the many, was not missed. SKRCC is a good example of democracy in action. Not a few making decisions for many. Our voting record of majorities in support of pursuing this SPUD 24 and for 24-078 demonstrate this. I am sympathetic to property owners within the valley or within the SKRCC that would like to have a vote at our community council meetings. But the community council did vote to amend their bylaws in order to conform with both borough and state laws, which state that you need to reside in the community in which you vote. Why not allow a vote of the community to take place to decide which option works for this community? There's been different suggestions made. Lauren Caro was one, Joe Irvin was one, of great examples of how process can work and community can be involved. And I don't see any reason why this wouldn't be the same situation with our special use district application. So again, I'm asking you to go ahead and pass resolution 24-078 with all 3 options in place. Thank you.
Thank you. We have another person. Okay. The next person on the phone, please.
Thank you for taking my call this evening. My name is Susie Seibert. My last name is spelled S-E-I-B-E-R-T. I'm speaking today to support the amendment to Resolution 24-099, opposing the National Scenic Designation of the Alaska Long Trail within our borough's boundaries. While we all treasure Alaska's natural beauty, this designation would introduce too much federal government overreach. One of the biggest concerns is how this designation could alienate motorized vehicle users. Motorized access is crucial for residents and visitors alike, whether for recreation, hunting, or simply reaching remote areas. A national scenic designation would likely impose restrictions that limit these activities, infringing on our ability to use the land as we see fit. We should decide how to best manage our lands, not the federal government. Local voices and needs should drive these decisions, not broad regulations that may not reflect the realities of life in Alaska. I urge you to support this resolution and protect our autonomy, land, and motorized vehicle users' rights. Thank you for taking my call this evening.
Thank you. One last time for anyone in the audience that would like to address the assembly on Any item? Yes, come forth, sir. Oh, I thought he only put up his hand with 4. I'm sorry.
No, more people called in.
Oh, more people called in since we had, okay, well, we'll go ahead and take your testimony, sir, and then we'll come back to the
Okay.
phone. Thank you.
My name is Fred Sear, and I'm a resident of the Connect River Road Community Council meetings. I've been to meetings quite a few times. Council is fair, and the people there are fair. And I've just asked the Assembly to approve the resolutions of options 1, 2, and 3 to include leaving the community choice intact. I strongly urge the maximum number of community members to be involved with the voting that goes on and not have political appointees be avoided at all cost. So this is on Resolution 24-078. Thank you.
Thank you. Ready? So we'll, okay, come on.
My name is Tom Smith, and I am just here tonight to show my support for posting the 10 Commandments on the, I think that's a good idea. I moved up here 24 years ago to get away from insanity and liberalism and wokeness and all this bad stuff that's going on, and I think that this is a step in the right direction.
Thank you. Okay, I'm going to go to, I'll come back, Michelle, but I'm going to go to the other 4 people online. So go ahead, the next person online, please.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and the Borough Assembly. My name is Julie Nystrom, and I reside at 11540 South Stockholm Drive. I would like to see all property owners have a say at the table when it comes to a community making decisions. I am in support of 24-078-3, or a way where all people could have a say and a vote if we are going to have 1, 2, and 3. All people should be able to have a say when there's community choices. My husband and I, we have 164 acres. He homesteaded back in the 60s, and he was a founding member of the community council. 10 years ago, when we lived in Palmer for a while, we did not have a vote. We didn't live there. We lived in Palmer. Although we had the homestead, we were not able to vote. Although our renter, who lived in our homestead cabin for a while, did have a vote, and then later burned the cabin down. So I just think that all people should be able to have a vote, and at some point, we will probably need to live in Palmer again for medical reasons, and I would like to be able to think that being a homesteader back there, that we should actually be able to have a vote. So I'm asking you to support the resolution of option 3. I think everybody should have a say. All property owners should have a seat at the table in the discussion of which way our community goes. Thank you.
Thank you. Next person online, please.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and the Assembly. This is CJ Cohn, and I'm calling in favor of Resolution 24-105. I'd like to thank Assemblyman Ron Bernier for bringing this forward. I believe that our community is built on a strong foundation, and I believe the 10 Commandments is something to be proud of, and that would be a great thing to be having on our walls in the borough building. So I just wanted to call in favor of this, and just wanted to thank you for putting it on the agenda for this night. All right, thank you very much. Have a good night.
Thank you. Next person online, please.
For the record, Austin Amasuk, last name Ahmasuk. Tonight I'm speaking in opposition to Resolution 24-105. Our government buildings and our public spaces, they need to be spaces of inclusivity. And this resolution destroys that very important principle of our democracy. The Ten Commandments are Judeo-Christian things, and the problem that I think you have to wrestle with is which version are you going to choose to post? Are you going to choose the Jewish version, the Catholic version, or the Protestant version? If you choose one of those, you're going to alienate the others. And I think that's a recipe for really destroying democracy, destroying values that we think are very important. Ultimately, displaying the Ten Commandments in a public building, our government building, is illegal. It violates our state constitution, the State of Alaska Constitution, Article 1, Section 4. Clearly, there would be a violation of that article in that section. It would also be a violation of the Establishment Clause of the U.S. Constitution, both of which clauses stipulate that government is prohibited from establishing a religion or favoring one religion over others. So the problem, of course, you have here is that Resolution 24-105 isn't just a will, or an expressed will, or an expressed opinion of this body. It appears to be a law because you are directing action that has a permanent timeline, a mandate of compliance that the manager shall post these things. So the resolution has a form of law, and so it absolutely appears that the Assembly is creating law, creating an illegal law. I find it very puzzling that the author would choose to include things like the Magna Carta, a medieval English document that has no bearing on our democracy or our country or our state even. What's more sort of peculiar is the inclusion of the Mayflower Compact. If that's a document of the colonists for the Plymouth colony, it was signed amongst themselves for some worthy values, but the Mayflower Compact clearly articulated allegiance to the king. They pledged allegiance to King James. Here in this country, we don't have kings. We fought against kings. And those documents are very much far removed from our Alaskan way of life. Please oppose Resolution 24-105. Thank you.
Thank you. Next person online, please.
Hello, my name is Joseph Plummer. I'm calling in regards to the item 24-078. I think that all three options should be available. I think that everyone should be able to weigh in. There was some comments made by Mr. Scoggins that a small group of people shouldn't be making all these choices, but by limiting to option 3, isn't that exactly what we're doing? In regards to some of the things that Chad Emsweiler was saying, he's done so many things at the end of this road, it doesn't even make sense to list them all. But his general refrain every time that something is brought to him is take any legal recourse that you have. He says that when he crosses property lines. He says that when he steals from his young employees. He says that basically at every turn, take any legal recourse you have. So to try to complain when people actually take the legal recourse that they have seems a little hilarious to me. But I believe it was, I'm sorry if I'm getting the name wrong, but D. McKee maybe mentioned at one of the previous meetings that maybe people should come to the table and have this discussion. If he and the people who back him came to the table and operated in good faith, maybe that would be something that could be done. Maybe that's the better way to handle all of this. But the thing is he, at every turn, says, take any legal recourse you have. He doesn't want these, bodies being, these government entities like the FAA being, quote, weaponized against me. Well, then operate a business in a way that's not really a problem for you, since that's the way that you tell everyone to solve their problems, to bring it to these people. So I don't want to be all long-winded here, but some of this stuff is just absolutely ridiculous. So I think all three options should be available so that the community can have a say in the things that are happening within the community. Thanks for giving me the time.
Thank you. Do we still have people online? Okay, go ahead. The next person online, please.
Hello, my name is Marietta Plummer, Plummer. I have lived out in this valley for 6 years. When I first moved out here, we were told about how great the community was, and there was a local community council, and that is exactly what we were looking for, a place to raise our family and have a connection to our neighbors. I forgot to state that I'm for Resolution 24-078, making all option available. I do prefer option two, though. Tourism brings in a lot of money, and it should not be the person with the most money gets to have the most say or just come in and do what they want within a residential community. We all have a responsibility to protect the area. Over the past 2 years, things have taken a turn, and the voice of the community has been diminished by businesses that seek to capitalize on this area. This is bringing more road traffic and air traffic in various unsafe ways. The Community Council has been working hard to bring these issues to the Assembly, and not just as a way to get rid of or stop reasonable growth, as outlined in the comprehensive plan. There have been times that people have tried to speak with business owners and have been ignored. It is only when both parties agree to come to the table that resolutions can be made. That is why I believe proceeding with a SPUD will bring these sides to the table. Our local community is addressing issues and topics such as biking, air traffic noise, parking issues, shooting, racing, political topics, and so much more, plus our continued effort to build a strong community council for future residents and generations. Lately, the council has been spoken about with a lot of untruths and discreditation. I encourage you to visit the community website to see many of the outlined accomplishments of the community. Many of these accomplishments have gotten done through people volunteering their precious time. I believe giving the local community a platform upon which to make decisions for what is best for the general consensus of the community is the best way to uphold the visions and values outlined in the already constructed Community Comprehension Plan. Last time I spoke, it was mentioned how the Planning Commission does not have the manpower to fully assist the community with the SPUD process. So it is my suggestion that the Assembly vote on an option that gives both parties a fair share of the workload, which would be option 2, which is the middle ground for tasks and roles. It is our responsibility as a community to participate in local decisions and not have those decisions taken from us. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Ready, we'll come back. That takes care of everybody? Okay. For now, right? Okay. All right, Michelle, did you want to say something before we close audience participation? Stevens.
Hello, I'm Michelle Stevens, and I'm with the Alaska Snow Machine Alliance, and I'm here to support Resolution 24099. And I think my poster says everything. We've shown you a video. We've shown everything that we can, and I hope that we can vote on this tonight. And I hope that the public can see this too. So Louis. No federal overreach, please. Thank you for your time.
Go ahead. I think there's Did you get a picture? Okay. Everybody had a chance to see it, or, I don't, I'm sorry, did she use up all her time, Brenda?
She did, but I stopped it because I assumed she was done.
Okay, I thought so too, but I saw people still trying to look at the sign, so I didn't. Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks. Is there anyone that hasn't testified that would like to address the assembly on any matter? Doesn't have to be something that's already been discussed tonight. It can be anything. I'll give you just a couple seconds and then we'll close audience participation. I'm sorry?
They have to press *3 or we won't know.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
The other, we have the audience participation, public hearings, and then people that haven't spoken already, audience participation a second time.
Okay. Alrighty, so I think your fingers are multiplying over there, Caleb. But anyway, we want to give everybody a chance to be heard. So the next person online, please.
Yeah, this is Chad Scott of Meadow Lakes. I'm calling in favor of Resolution 24-105, the resolution directing the display of the Ten Commandments, the Magna Carta, the Mayflower Compact, the Declaration of Independence, and the preambles of the United States Constitution and Alaska Constitution as historical documents that I think are important to display. I believe the community at large, as a majority, still believes that these are important principles to govern by and to live by. And I believe most of you were elected with a majority of citizens that would like to uphold these as well. And so with elections coming up, I think this is an important vote to show voters where you stand on these issues, as well as just to have them on display. It sounds a lot like a lot of people who've been commenting on the constitutional issues. One of the callers quoted the Establishment Clause and then added to it not only not establishing religions but preferring one religion over another is something that is not in the Bill of Rights or the Constitution any means. And that separation of church and state wasn't not only not constitutional, but not to protect the state from religion, but the religion from the state. The Founding Fathers displayed all of these documents proudly and supported them, even publishing the Bible early on. These are not offensive to the constitutional standing and shouldn't be offensive to anyone in the community. And so I just want to thank Assemblyman Bernier for bringing this forward, and thank you in advance to all those that voted in support of it.
Thank you. The next person online.
Hi, my name is Randy Crosby, Crosby, and I live in Trapper Creek. And I wanted to give some input to the resolution 24099. I agree with that resolution. Not want the federal government to have any oversight on the trails in our borough. I have a long history of and promoting trails in the Trapper Creek and Petersville area, as well as most of the Mat-Su Valley. Started giving input in 1994 to the then proposed trail plan for the Mat-Su borough. And in 98, finally was able to get the ear of the borough and find out why, the community of Trapper Creek was kind of excluded from the planning process, and was informed that since we didn't have a trail committee, they really didn't know, how to take our input. And so at that point, our community council created a trail committee, made me chairperson. And for the next 2 winters, every other week had meetings going over the planning process for what are now the trail system in our community, and we joined forces with Petersville, and a lot of local input went into the trails on where they would be, what they would be for, how they would be built, how they'd be maintained, and a lot of back and forth from people that kind of opposed the idea and people that were for the idea. Finally, in 2000, our trails were adopted into the Mat-Su-Borough Recreational Trail Plan. Then we spent many years, primarily local snow machiners, the Snowmobile Club, the Curry Ridge Riders, which my family and I established back in 1995, building these trails and working with all the entities, all the grant processes, all the right-of-ways and easements, and working with the borough and working with the state of Alaska to get all these trails established, just as all the other communities have done, Willow, Big Lake, Mid-Valley, and many more. And it's all community-driven. And it is kind of shocking that this trail planning process, the proposed Alaska Long Trail, is just kind of like steamrolling in and identifying our trails, and immediately is shooting for this scenic Band-Aid put on it, and it's going to allow the federal government to then dictate what can and can't happen. And so I do appreciate you to forward that resolution. Thank you.
Do we have, yes, oh, two more. Okay, go ahead. The next person on the line, please.
Good evening. My name is Jennifer Mezich, and I'm a resident, business, and property owner in the South Kinnick River area. I'm calling to support Resolution 24-071, including all three options so that the community can choose its path. In my opinion, this seems to be kind of the gold standard for all communities. We live in Alaska, in the valley. None of us, really want a Starbucks. We want small business drive-through coffee shops. We want local Airbnbs, not Princess Lodge. We don't need developers to co-opt community council meetings. There are lots of opportunities for external forces to engage. A SPUD process is not just about avoiding unwanted development. It's also about envisioning and fostering what residents want for their community. I want to see my neighbors grow and flourish as long as the growth is sustainably managed. It's essential to encourage growth that aligns with residents' quality of life expectations. I don't think that a new heliport built within a residential subdivision on South Kinnick River is what really any of us envisions when I say quality of life. I prefer decisions to be made by community members because respectfully to the Assembly, the Planning Commission, may not be fully aware or feel as passionate as a community member about local issues. I don't think anyone outside our community can make a mindful decision in our stead. Your support of this resolution with all three options intact is critical to not just our South Kinnick River community, but all the Mat-Su communities. Please support our voices tonight. Thank you for listening to me and to everyone else in support of this resolution and for your mindful decisions tonight.
Thank you. Next person online, please.
Hi, yes, my name's Bridget Kelly, and I live on East Justin Road, also in the South Kinnick River Council area. And I'm just calling in for my support of Resolution 24-078 with all three options intact so that communities and residents in these communities can decide our own path. This resolution offers citizens the opportunity for involvement in decisions directly impacting our quality of life in our immediate environment. I chose to live here and to build a small business in this area, and I did so because we have as much say as we do in our community. I prefer decisions to be made by residents rather than planning commissioners who don't live in our areas or communities. Again, I just wanted to call in with my support for Resolution 24-078 with all three options in place. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you. Does that take care of everybody? Okay. So one last time, anyone here that hasn't testified that would like to? Okay. So I am going to close audience participation, and then we're going to take a break until 8 o'clock, and then we'll be back. If I can go ahead and have the assembly come back. Okay.
Sorry, Madam Mayor.
Okay. Hi. Okay, good, thank you.
Mayor.
Mm-hmm.
You got the mic on.
Okay, thank you. Can I have the rest of the assembly please come back to the podium? And then if I can have order in the council chambers, please?
Where's Tim?
Let's see, we're still waiting for one assembly person.
It's gonna go. You got it going.
We have a quorum. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and call the meeting back to order. And the next item on our agenda is public hearings. And Madam Clerk, whenever you're ready.
Ordinance 24079, an ordinance creating Homestead Drive Natural Gas Local Improvement District number 667, approving the improvement plan for the district, authorizing the manager to proceed with the improvement, and assessing equally among the properties within the district the costs of the improvement. If you're on the phone and would like to speak to this, press *3.
Okay, we do have staff report.
Through the mayor to the assembly. Before you is creation legislation for Homestead Drive Natural Gas LID. This LID has 15 lots, so 15 ballots were mailed, 9 ballots were returned, 7 were marked yes, 2 were marked no. So 78% of those ballots returned approved this LID. The cost per lot is $4,563.73.
Okay, questions of staff? Okay, all righty, thank you. I'll now go ahead and open the public hearing on our ordinance 24-079. And for those that haven't been here before, the testimony at this time will only be taken on this ordinance, okay? We will have another time for audience participation later in the meeting, but if you're going to testify now, you are to testify on ordinance 24-79. We do not have a sign-up sheet, okay? Do we have one person online? Okay, go ahead, whoever's online, please. No? Okay. One last chance. Anyone here would like to testify in this? Okay. Seeing none, I will go ahead and close public hearing. And Assemblyperson Gamble?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I move to adopt ordinance 24-079, and I just want to reemphasize that almost 80% of those who were asked if they wanted to approve it or not voted to approve it. Thank you.
Any other discussion? Any objection? Seeing and hearing no objection, the legislation passes. Madam Clerk.
Ordinance 24093, an ordinance accepting and appropriating an additional January 2022 Matsu windstorms disaster relief funds in the amount of $658.49 from the Federal Emergency Management Agency and $219.50 from the Alaska State Division of Homeland Security and Emergency Management with accompanying resolution 24092, a resolution approving the amended budget for the January 2022 Matsu windstorm disaster. If you're on the phone and would like to speak to this, press star 3.
Hello again.
Hello. Through the mayor to the assembly, before you again is an accept and appropriate for a total of $877.99 regarding the 2022 windstorms. This $877.99 is the result of cost overruns for actual damages that we paid for.
Questions to staff? Okay. So I'll go ahead and open the public hearing on ordinance 24-093. No sign-up sheet. Anyone, thank you. Anyone would like to give input on this ordinance? Anyone online, Caleb? No? Okay, I'll close the public hearing then on ordinance 24-093. And Deputy Mayor?
I move to adopt ordinance 24-093 and resolution 24-092.
Discussion? Any objection to the legislation? Okay, hearing none, then the legislation passes. Madam Clerk.
Ordinance 24094, an ordinance accepting and appropriating $11,000 from the Matsu Trails and Parks Foundation with accompanying resolution 24094, a resolution approving the scope of work and budget and authorizing the manager to enter into the grant agreement amendment for Sutter 500 Trail Dozer. If you're on the phone and would like to speak to this, press star 3.
Staff?
Good evening, Madam Mayor and Assembly members. Jillian Morrissey, Community Development Director. And if you think you have seen this before, you have, but we needed a little bit more funding in order to secure the trail dozer. Matsu Trails and Parks Foundation was kind enough to be able to give us the additional funding that we needed in order to secure it, since the quote had gone up by the time that you had so kindly passed this legislation. I'm here for any other questions.
Anyone have questions? Okay, I'll go ahead and open the public hearing on ordinance 24-094 and resolution 24-094. How'd you manage to do that? The ordinance and the resolution have the same number.
Next one's the same way.
Is that? Anyone, we do not have a sign-up sheet? Okay. Anyone that would like to testify in either this ordinance or this resolution? Nobody's online. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing. And Deputy Mayor.
I move to adopt ordinance 24-094 and resolution 24-094.
Discussion by the Assembly. Any objection from the Assembly? Hearing no objection, then the legislation passes. Okay, Madam Clerk.
Ordinance 24095, an ordinance accepting and appropriating $1,440,340 from the Environmental Protection Agency's Solid Waste Infrastructure for Recycling Grants for Communities with accompanying resolution 24095, a resolution approving the scope of work and budget for the Solid Waste Division's Sustainable Organic Materials Compost Program and Infrastructure Development. If you're on the phone and would like to speak to this, press star 3.
Go ahead, sir.
Through the mayor to the Assembly, Public Works Director Tom Adams. As you might recall, the Solid Waste Division of the Public Works Department came before this body in early 2023 seeking permission to make application for a grant to the US EPA to implement a compost program. We were successful and were notified of an incremental award in August of this year. So that's what this grant seeks to do, is accept that incremental award so we can start our compost program.
Okay, questions? Deputy Mayor?
So is infrastructure for recycling grants for communities, we got communities involved with it, or is it at the landfill itself?
So
Go ahead,
through the
Ken.
mayor to Assemblymember Bernier, it's twofold. I mean, there is infrastructure improvements at the landfill to improve facilities to handle compost program, but also we have plans to improve both the Big Lake and Talkeetna transfer stations to help participate in that compost program.
So they'll have special dumpsters and stuff like that, for glass
we got-
and cardboard and,
That's exactly right.
okay. Thank you.
Any further questions of staff? Okay, thank you, sir. I'll go ahead and open the public hearing on ordinance 24-095 and resolution 24-095. Anyone like to testify on either this ordinance or resolution? We have anybody, we do not have anybody online. I'll go ahead and close the public hearing, and Deputy Mayor.
I move to adopt ordinance 24-095 and resolution 24-095.
Discussion by the assembly? Yes, Assemblyperson Fauna, go ahead.
Maybe question to staff, or maybe was there a match from the borough for this grant that we needed to come up with that you know of?
Through the mayor to Mr. Fanoff, typically there are matches, but in this case, there is no non-federal match.
Okay, thank you.
Further discussion? Any objection to the legislation? Hearing none, then the legislation passes. Now we have come to another portion for audience participation, and we do have a sign-up sheet. I would like to remind the people that if you have testified under audience participation the first earlier in the meeting, that we will not accept testimony under this time also, okay? So if I call your name and you have testified before, just wave me on or something like that, okay? So, Michelle, okay. And Ann have seal?
Hi, my name is Ann Halseel, and I reside south of the Knick River and have been a part of and concerned about that community even while on active duty since the 90s. Because I reside there, I cannot vote where I own property outside those boundaries, but I do have a voice in those communities through other processes. Resolution 24-078 is a proposed process for all communities within the Matsu Borough to follow while pursuing a vision and implementing a plan for their area. I support including all three options proposed by the Planning Department. The Planning Commission meeting public comments on 16 September began with an emotional accusations pitting a local business against a community council in which it resides. In fact, it seems virtually the entire meeting was focused on that and completely left out 24 other community councils who would also be impacted by this proposal. We did not hear from any of them. The Planning Commission owed all the communities in the borough better consideration. Commissioner Scoggins insinuated he doesn't even like community councils by stating, "I've only ever gone to one meeting and it's only 12 to 15 people making decisions and we can't get out every time. I'm not a big fan of giving them a lot of power." And yet he never batted an eye to the fact that the Planning Commission made a decision at the 16 September meeting with half as many people and not hearing from 24 of the 25 community councils across the borough. Now, isn't that calling the kettle black? I don't know what is. Furthermore, if people and businesses would seek to understand the process, they would learn that all businesses within a geographic area are grandfathered. And they are also encouraged to participate in moving forward to create something for the greater community if a special land district is pursued. Our comprehensive plan was written over several years with the guidance of a long-range planner who worked closely with the planning team using the 2009 process. Our planning team included at least 3 business owners then. One wasn't even an American citizen, but was an investor and a general manager. We anticipated using the same process moving forward until we were informed that the planning department was proposing new guidelines and we were asked to cease. As stated in our comprehensive plan, we desire a quiet rural atmosphere, blending recreation and personal use to preserve our quality of life, with safety a primary concern. If we don't follow our comprehensive plan, why did the borough encourage us to create it to begin with? We were led to believe it was a document that the borough would use in making decisions, but we haven't seen evidence of that yet. The comprehensive plan for each of the 25 communities is their vision for their future and how they want to preserve their quality of life. That will be defined differently by each community. Please pass the proposed procedure with all three options intact. Thank you.
Paul?
What she said, no. I'm Paul Hauser. I'm a 33-year Alaska resident and a 30-year resident of the South Connecticut River Community Council. A lot of growth and change have occurred in the valley, more in some areas than others. If an area formed a community council, and if the community council formed a comprehensive plan laying out the desires of that community, it was understood that the Mat-Su Assembly would support the community's wishes according to the adopted plan. We have found that this is not the case and seems clear that sometimes the voice of a community council is no stronger than the voice of a single business entity or just a few individuals, and their desire to challenge the wishes of the community. This meeting is about how a community should write a comprehensive plan and or a special use district. The rights and wishes of actual residents of the affected area should always carry the most weight in any decision by the Assembly, and all the opinions should be of the community councils involved. In the you've gone over it 3 times already, planning meeting, one of the members said you shouldn't give that much power to community councils, even though, again, there were only 6 members there, and with tens of thousands of people in all the community councils with a voice unheard. How hypocritical. However, I do agree with the statement that there shouldn't be just a few people in charge of so many votes. I agree there should be more, so extend those votes down into the community council by adopting 1, 2, and 3 on Resolution 24078. On a similar note, there were several people that spoke against the South Connecticut River Community Council. Most of those were not residents. 3 of them were. Of those 3, 1 was against and 2 were for the adoption of a SPUD. As a past president of the Community Council for 7 years and a current and past member for several other years, I can assure you that the South Connecticut River Community Council has always conducted open meetings respecting all who wish to speak. There are people out there who would say otherwise and who are often misinformed or just critical of anything or anyone resembling the system. I'm sure none of you on the Assembly have ever had to deal with criticism or fabricated tales. Thank you.
Weren't you listening tonight? Kitty? Kateri? Kateri? Katie? No? You must not pronounce it that way. Help me out. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Kateri Hauser.
Okay, thank you.
I am a part of the South Connecticut River Community Council as well. To begin, I am in favor of RS 24-105. As far as the other resolution, due to my work schedule, I am not able to attend community council meetings as often as I would like. But the community council has always been very communicative, and I have never gotten the impression that they are underhanded or wish to do something without community involvement. I also think community involvement in decisions is crucial, and so I support the adoption of Resolution 24-078 with all three options. Thank you.
John Nystrom?
My name is John Nystrom, and Madam Mayor and Assembly, and with particular note to our good District 1 Assembly Member Tim Hale, who quite often when he's not up working, he's attending our community council with great concern and information. But yes, I'd like to say I do support resolution serial number 24078. And we considered pretty strongly option 3 because of the large animus and perhaps with some concerns because of my good friends and neighbors, the Bakers and the Reeds, and our good friends at the end of the road that feel some concerns or impact by the lodge. On the other hand, with this strong set of animus towards the lodge, I feel and be very concerned with their representation, so really they're not ganged up on, so to speak. We have a couple of businesses back there ourselves. I date back too long in a sense, 60 years. I homesteaded out there in 1967, 160 acres. Couldn't even find it. I had to go to a contour map, and the people at BLM did their best to keep me out of other state lands and other lands. And I had the opportunity with the council to help with our needs. And to fast forward, in 71, 72, we got a road out there, and there were objections to that. Cars traveling too fast, moose hunter grounds would be invaded, all understandable. We did, in 91, I was very honored to be the community council in those early days. We secured a fire station. We worked towards the road pavement at the end of the road later, so the school bus could get back there, because they would stop at the Hunter Creek turnaround. But again, I'm very concerned for my neighbors out there as well as myself. When I do know the owner and the intent, I've always felt at all times is concern for the area and of course good business. I'll end saying that again, I appreciate these considerations, and I guess I have to end. I have a whole lot more here of old-time notes. But you don't want to hear too much history. You want to know how we feel right now. Thank you.
Marshall Alexander?
Hello, I am Marshall Alexander. I work for Alaska Helicopter Tours and Alaska Glacier Lodge. Currently a resident of Anchorage, and previously I was a resident and property owner in Palmer, and potentially will be so in the future, possibly on Knik River Road. I've worked for Alaska Helicopter Tours and Alaska Glacier Lodge for over 3 seasons now, and I think both companies are kind of shining examples of Alaskan entrepreneurship, responsible outdoor recreation, and we do help thousands and thousands of Alaskans and visitors witness the breathtaking part of creation that is at the end of, that is the Knik River Valley. It's been a highlight of my professional career to be a part of the families of companies that operate at the end of Knik River Road. Sorry, I've edited some of these comments since I've arrived here, but I did attend the Planning Commission and regarding the special use district, and I would like to make 4 points. Basically, we're afraid that option 1 could give the South Knik Community Council the power to damage Alaska Helicopter Tours and Alaska Glacier Lodge and other businesses and entrepreneurs in the area. The community council really, in our view, isn't a fair representation of residents, property owners, and business owners. Obviously, it's a fair representation of people registered to vote on that road, but not property owners and business owners. If this assembly was to pass RS 24-078, I believe the only option would be option 3 with formal assistance from Matt Superearl staff. I think definitely option 1 gives the community council too much power. That we could attend meetings, and we do attend meetings, and I do know we voice our concerns, but without the power to vote, I think it just, I think it could lead to regulation without representation is what I wrote down here. I think the best decision would be not to pass any resolution until all the details and consequences are fully understood and that there's buy-in and feedback from all community members, which includes residents, property owners, and businesses. Yep, thank you.
Thank you. Elijah, hi.
Could I just ask that last gentleman's name? I didn't hear when he said his name.
Marshall Alexander.
Marshall Alexander, thank you.
Hello, good evening, everyone. My name is Eli High, and I recently began working for Alaska Glacier Lodge and Alaska Helicopter Tours. And although I'm new to the company, I have lived and worked in Alaska since 2016. Nothing brings me more joy than showing people the place that I love and call home. I met my fiance in Alaska, and we're going to get married right here in Palmer next summer. We hope to buy a home here and, fingers crossed, start a family shortly thereafter. One of the things I like about working for the company is it gives access to individuals to experience nature as it was intended, wild and rugged. When you immerse people into wild places, it helps plant seeds of stewardship so future generations can care and preserve these places. Future generations that I hope include some children of my own. I encourage the Assembly to not pass RS 24078 until all details and consequences are fully understood to those that it affects and realized as it relates to the resolution. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your time. Trudy Lorenzen.
Hi, my name is Trudy Lorenzen, and I am an employee of Alaska Helicopter Tours. I am a driver. I drive people from Anchorage out to their tours and then back again. I'm here today because I strongly believe that everyone should have a voice in decision-making of what happens in a community, whether it may be large or small. A community consists of not just people that live there, but also people that work there, and they need a voice also. That's why we need somebody on any council to represent local businesses and property owners. There is no reason why we cannot coexist in an area that we all love. We do not fly our helicopters before 8 a.m. and after 8 p.m. out of respect for our neighbors. There are an extra 4 hours in the day during the summertime that we could be flying, but we choose not to. And that, again, is out of respect. I support the right to operate and have a voice in decisions that affect businesses and many livelihoods. Thank you.
Thank you. John Harnett.
Hello, I am John Tisnick.
Oh,
It's a
thank
weird
you.
way to pronounce it.
Thank you.
I live in the Knik River community. I support resolution 24-078 with all three options. I'm also in favor of 24-105. Thank you.
Thank you. Ryan Newman. Ryan? You've already testified once tonight, so. Okay, Amy Reed?
Hello again. Good evening. I'm Amy Reed, R-E-A-D, and I just want to thank you for the opportunity to express my support for retaining options 1, 2, and 3. in this borough-wide resolution 24078, and not just option 3 that was recommended by the Planning Commission that you've already heard about in September. Option 3 is the only process that ultimately allows for the sole discretion of the mayor to appoint members of a board or committee to develop these individual community plans. No offense to the mayor, but any mayor. And while there are suggested guidelines for determining those appointments, these are just suggestions, as I have been told by the planning department. They're not requirements. So as mentioned in this resolution, that is for all communities borough-wide, not just the South Connect River, although we seem to be pretty popular right now and getting a lot of attention. But because you're hearing a lot from us, let me just address what this community and its members have done without being limited to just one option or a process, namely option 3. Since the late 60s, you've heard, residents, land and business owners have consistently demonstrated their ability to work together with the borough to obtain and support growth and development. They not only encouraged and supported this, but I am sure at times begged for it. Right, John? So in the early days, this involves solutions like how to transport homestead children over 10 miles of cat trail to meet a school bus so they could attend public school. I was one of those children, so thank you, community members, for making that happen. As the time passed and the community grew, its members continued to play an integral part of that growth, which is why there is not only a beautiful Connect River Road, but also access to amenities along it. Thank you again. I would also imagine that anyone, especially tourists, who travel Connect River Road enjoy the absolutely stunning view of that Connect Glacier from the spacious and safe pullout that's right around mile 7. Again, thank you, community members, for making that happen. The ability to engage community members in the growth and development of our area is also clearly reflected in the South Connect River Comprehensive Plan, which you've heard about. This plan was not developed by a few families at the end of the road conspiring to stop businesses and tourism, as has been stated many times over the last month. Plainly listed at the beginning of the plan are the 11 planning team members from the community chosen by the community. Of those names, some are probably still well known to many around. For instance, John Nystrom was on that planning committee and has a gravel business. Peter, I think his name is Shady, was the manager and I believe also part owner at one time of the lodge that you've also heard about at the end of the road. And I saw Tom Fawcett, who also has a tourist business. So I just wanted to demonstrate that communities have proven that they can be part of the process and engage all community members. And so I encourage you to consider that whenever you decide to leave options 1, 2, and 3 in this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Janet Reed? Janet?
Good evening. I am Janet Reed, READ. I'm Amy's sister. So I rode the big truck to meet the yellow school bus when we were kids across the cat trail when we homesteaded. But anyway, I'm here and I wanted to thank you all for being here tonight. And I wanted to let you know that I'm in support of all 3 options of RS 24078. I am a military veteran. I have served 21 years solely with the Alaska Air National Guard. I'm a retired Teamster from the Anchorage Independent Longshore Union. I have operated my own tourism business for 13 years. I am also a resident of the Mat-Su Borough and a landowner, and I intend to reside here until I die. I am a member of one of those homestead families that homesteaded in the Connect River Valley on Hunter Creek beginning in 1968. So that's 56 years my family has a history here in helping to guide the growth of our area in the Connect River Valley. So I do want you to support all borough residents in the ability to help guide the growth in each of their own community living spaces. I urge you to vote in favor of all 3 options and consider if you did include option 3, I would recommend amending it with a language that would state any board appointees must be a resident living in the geographic area being applied for. And after the committee completes the final draft of its comprehensive plan or its SPUD, it will then be brought to the local community councils for a vote of confidence before proceeding to the assembly for approval. These additions would ensure local community involvement. As longtime residents, our family and many other homestead family members have been there from the beginning of our resident-based community involvement to usher in the very basics any community wants for itself. A passable road, a school bus service, and electricity are a few of the basics that our community brought forth. And since then, our community involvement has continued to be very active to help guide all growth, including being involved in the lengthy borough process called a community comprehensive plan, which you already heard we've developed one already, which our local community in collaboration with the borough created to support our vision for where we live. So I do urge you to approve the consent to agenda item RS 24078, options 1, 2, and 3. And this will facilitate our continued community growth. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for your service. Susan Edge?
Hello, my name is Susan Edge. Thank you for being here tonight. And I'm a sister to Janet and Amy. However, I don't live on Connect River Road. I live in your district. I'm here tonight because, well, let me give you a little bio. I have lived in the Mat-Su Borough since 1968. I have deep roots in the community. 3 generations of my family have been educated in the Mat-Su Borough, have graduated from high school. I own several properties in the borough. Talkeetna, Gateway, Connect River Road. And just a moment. And I paid property taxes since 1980. That's 44 years, every year. I vote. I have testified concerning development in the Gateway community when we were, when the gravel pit was trying to build the prison, the coal-fired power plant, and the toxic waste dump. So I've been before this assembly before for those issues. I'm here tonight because I support Resolution 24-078 with all 3 options included. Limiting the voice of a community in development issues is a bad idea. Disempowering residents of an area in favor of political appointees is an undemocratic option which I do not support. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Cheyenne Guard? I must have mispronounced it.
Hello.
Hi.
My name is Cheyenne Guard, G-U-A-R-D. I live in the Palmer area. Yours. I have owned property in yours. And I should have a say in what goes on in my property. We the people, for the people, by the people. All 3. You can eliminate 3 if you like, but we can stay with all 3 on 24078. Seems like we've been brought into this situation because of something that should be settled by a lawsuit and then in court, and leave that there and let the rest of us have a say on what goes on in our community and on our property. Thank you.
Thank you. Shelby Baker? Oh, that's you, so you already, okay. Thank you. And Isaac Baker, and he's already testified too, okay. And Mike also? Okay. And then Fred, Sy? Fred Sy? Did he already testify too? Okay, great, thank you. And we have one more, Shelling, or maybe Samuel Shelling? Is it? Okay.
Good evening. Name's Samuel Schilling, resident of the Caswell area. I'm also a lifelong born Alaskan, originally from Moose Pass on the Kenai Peninsula. I'm also a 82nd Airborne veteran. And I'm here to talk a little bit more. We talked last month about Resolution 24099, about restricting, cutting the feds out of restrictions on our trails. Some of the things I wanted to touch on, we touched last month on it, on some of the process to this of these restrictions. Of course, extra permitting, that comes down to even your blueberry picking becomes permitted. That comes down to restrictions for motorized access. It also adds restrictions to hunting, fishing, trapping, and even our recreational uses, even if it is non-motorized. It comes down to extra restrictions. Some of those restrictions, when they come down, it can do for administration change. So even if we have plans in place now, they're subject to change later over an administration change in with our presidential elections. So some of the other things I want to get on that is when it comes down to after the designation goes through, is that after it's been approved by Congress for this designation, is that then the management plan comes into effect. Part of that process is that whoever managed the existing trail now, whether it's Petersville or the Willow community or even Talkeetna, if they manage the trail themselves and they've applied for their own funding, their own grants to maintain these trails, whether it's motorized or non-motorized, that management can change. Now that includes also search and rescue can change. And with that, the funding for those trails can change over to the new management. So the community members that originally took care of these trail systems have now been possibly subject to change and along with their funding to maintain all this. So I hear again to stress about keeping federal oversight on it, and being from the Kenai Peninsula on the eastern side, all of it is federal oversight. And these are some of the changes that you're subject to when you allow federal oversight to come into our trail systems now. I believe the borough has done a really good job on managing our trails with the community members, and I believe it needs to stay there. Thank you.
Thank you. That takes care of the people that had signed up. Okay. Is there anyone that didn't sign up that would like to testify at this time that hasn't testified already once tonight? Okay, yes, come on.
Hi, my name is Ronald Bernier, Bernier. I live in the Middle Lakes area, and I just wanted to call in and show my support for RS 105. Thank you.
Thank you. So, okay, go ahead, somebody.
Hi. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. Thank you for allowing me to speak this evening regarding to my opposition of RS 24-078. My name is Ginger Hoffman. I'm a longtime resident of Alaska and a small business owner, and I have fallen in love with the Connect River Valley over the last 2 years, and I love the freedom, beauty, and peace that it has to offer. I personally don't believe that this spot is good for business or even necessary. It allows parties such as the Connect River Community Council to make decisions that are completely self-seeking. The family members that lead and monopolize this particular community council are trying to take freedom from others. Even tonight, they continue to embellish the truth and are telling outright lies in order to get what they want. They're not the welcoming bunch that they claim to be. They want to live and enjoy the freedoms of the valley, but they don't seem to want others to be able to do the same. You heard earlier from 3 members of the Baker family. This is the same family that have shot guns in the air when pilots have flown by. They've sent their kids into the woods to bang on drums near the lodge while guests are eating. And I've seen the area regarding the tree that they spoke of, and it is quite the embellishment, actually not true. Interestingly enough, Mr. Baker got a sizable judgment from the previous lodge owner, and it seems he's just looking for more money once again. The lodge has been in operation since 2006, and helicopters have been operating since 2008. This is nothing new and only a beautiful display of how small business can thrive in Alaska. I think most of us love Alaska because of the freedoms we get, but the community council only wants this SPUD to punish small business, and it has seemed that they don't actually want the business owners and property owners to have any input. If a SPUD is deemed necessary, which I don't think it is, but at the very least, everyone should get a say, not just a few who are monopolizing the community council and trying to keep people from all that Alaska and the Valley has to offer. I love sharing Alaska with others and seeing the look on people's faces when they get to experience the Knik River Valley, especially for the first time. I'm asking you to see how this SPUD is bad for small business and against Alaska and what we want from this amazing state. If it should go forward, then it needs to have the input of business owners and property owners, which is option 3. Thank you.
Thank you. We have, okay. Go ahead, next person online.
Hello, my name is Mackenzie Hutchings. I am a resident of Knik River Road, and I actually am not for the special use district, but if it does pass, I would like all 3 options to remain intact. And I just wanted to make sure my opinion was heard. Thank you.
Thank you. Next person online, please.
Hi, my name is Chad Emsweiler, last name Emswiler. I'm a 20-year resident of Alaska, a veteran, and the owner of the lodge that is in contention. I'd just like to say before I get started that I'm in full support of Teen Challenge and the association with the borough. They do fantastic work. With respect to 24078, I've been the owner of the lodge since 2020. Mike, our general manager, or myself have attended most of the community council meetings, left the last one due to a moose hunt. We participate in the community road cleanup and even opened up the lodge to allow all the residents to fly for free and come back and have a community day for free food. We're very pro-community and want to work with the community council. I'm all for the community making decisions collectively, but that just hasn't been the case. The community leadership, with no committee at all, rewrote the bylaws and then put them up for vote. And in those bylaws that they said that they could write at their discretion, they removed everyone else from voting other than residents, and they even took away the proxy voting of residents to be out there. They continue to have, as far as being open communication, they have held private meetings at the community council building, to which we showed up to because it was specifically directed at us. It was invited in representation, to which we were allowed to have no say in it and no voice in what was actually said. Mike, our general manager, who attended the meeting, even tried to vote on one of the options, and he was publicly shut down by the community council right there in front of everyone. This hasn't been an open process by any stretch. The Planning Commission rightly identified the fact that things that have such a gravity and effect on small businesses like this SPUD could have need to have accurate representation. And options 1 and 2, just as much as the community council wants to have a voice, property owners and business want to have a voice. And option 3 at least has to do with elected officials that have the ability to put things in place that allow all of us to have a voice in that process. That option 3 allows community council members, they allow property managers, that has business owners, and all of that. All of the things that are talked about the community comprehensive plan were back before the community rewrote the bylaws and excluded everyone. So the process used to be open. As far as the rest of the controversy associated with Mr. Baker and things along that nature, I want to work with Mr. Baker. I've tried. I got the cops called on me right away. I've got demand letters for all this. I know it's a financial interest for him on those ends, and I totally understand. I want to work towards a resolution. However, it's not been, we've been met with gunshots from our helicopter pilots. We've been met with banging drums in the woods, and we want to go that way. We want to. I hope you hear that, and I want that to be known. But we also can't have people that don't do business dictate how businesses are ran. And we operate in full compliance with all the laws of the land. We're a designated heliport. We want to serve the community. We don't feel like this is a fair representation of the community. Most of the residents that come in and eat at our restaurant are completely opposed to the SPUD. And this seems to be a representation of just leaders within the community council that are trying to shut down that portion that affects them in their view. I appreciate the time that you guys have put towards this, and I think that the Planning Commission, coming from a business and what's best for the community, has rightly determined that option 3 or no SPUD at all would probably be the best movement forward on these things. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you. Ma'am. Ma'am, if you want to just. Thank you. Go ahead and state your name and your testimony, please.
Thank you. My name is Lisa Agnew. Many of you know me already, and I might be beating a dead horse at this point, but I'll repeat some things. And as I've also said in the past, like the more we dig into this, it's kind of like peeling back an onion. You find more and more. So I'll start with the information that we found recently, and that is National Scenic Trails are governed by a federal act. And in that federal act, there's also information regarding National Historic Trails. Something that some of us may have not known here is that the original Iditarod National Historic Trail was designated through a valley from Grandview to Spencer Glacier. That Iditarod National Historic Trail has now been relocated for feasibility reasons to run alongside the highway. The question is could this be something that happens to a National Scenic Trail in the future? If it's designated, could it be relocated elsewhere? And what would that cause for citizens? And I'll make some key points real quick, just for the sake of time, and since there's an audience here for those that don't know. The National Scenic Trail designation is very important for us to be concerned about is because it could transfer management away from local and state authorities. While conservation is important, a National Scenic Trail designation that restricts trail access, maintenance, and development could lead to over-regulation, potentially conflicting with existing land use plans and local stakeholder interests. Additionally, I'm concerned about the timeline of it. The designation of a National Scenic Trail often occurs before any management plans are developed, which could leave a period of uncertainty regarding how the trail will be regulated and maintained. Under National Scenic Trail designation, a corridor of up to a quarter mile on either side of the trail could fall under federal regulation. Additionally, connecting and side trails can be designated without congressional designation. This could allow for rerouting, as I had just mentioned, like the Iditarod National Historic Trail. A National Scenic Trail designation could hinder access to areas essential for subsistence hunting, fishing, gathering, as well as activities like reaching your remote cabin or trapping. Restrictions on motorized access due to increased federal oversight may jeopardize the livelihoods and cultural traditions of many Alaskans. Designation could require permits for everyday recreational activities like berry picking or hunting, as mentioned earlier tonight, which could add unnecessary bureaucratic barriers for local residents who rely on these activities. Permitting requirements may also hinder businesses. If a business has had to deal with federal permitting before, you would know that there could be additional expenses to it and additional red tape. This would affect dog sledding tours, commercial photography, snow machine, ATV tours, rentals, guiding services. A National Scenic Trail designation could impose limitations on motorized trail use, which is essential for local recreation, subsistence access, and transportation in many communities in Alaska. A National Scenic Trail designation can also include the power of eminent domain. Just to reiterate, a one-size-fits-all regulation imposed by the federal government may not be appropriate for Alaska.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, anybody online? Nope. One last chance in the room. Oh, yeah, come on. Sorry, I didn't understand the hieroglyphics there. But thanks,
Good evening.
Caleb.
My name is Caleb Beist. That's B-U-I-S-T, and I'm representing myself. I want to show my support for Resolution 24-105. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Yeah, come on.
Good evening. Thank you for allowing us to speak. My name is Robert Mayer, and I live in the Lazy Mountain area.
and I would like to voice my support for 24105. These documents are not archaic, they are our history. They set the foundation for our country, and everybody that knows anything about construction, if you don't have a good foundation, the building will not stand. Our building is falling apart because of all the stones that are being thrown at it. It has nothing to do with the foundation. These things, if people would read them and understand them, they wouldn't have the misconception that passing this and displaying the Ten Commandments in anywhere in schools, like when I was in school, they were there and they influenced us. They influenced society. If our elected officials would understand the Constitution, we wouldn't have runaway immigration. We wouldn't be funding foreign governments, and we would have three-letter agencies that wouldn't be running amok. So as far as establishing a religion, these will not establish religion. There is a separation, but it is separating the federal government and our local entities from our beliefs. So thank you for not establishing a religion and posting these. And this is my first meeting. Am I allowed to comment on another one?
Sure.
Oh, okay. 24106. Yes, because Teen Challenge is an asset to the community. And again, you honoring them will not make us go to their church services, believe what they believe, or support them in any way. So thank you.
Thank you. And also one more chance for anyone else. Nobody's online, okay. Alrighty. So, don't move there, because I'll call on you. Okay. Close the second public hearing, and we're at the consent agenda, and there's already been 3 items pulled. Is there any other items that anybody wants to pull? Okay, I don't see anything. Madam Clerk.
Resolution 24-107, a resolution urging the Alaska Board of Fisheries to approve agenda change requests ACR2 and ACR3, which were previously submitted and to designate the Susitna River drainage Chinook salmon and the Little Susitna River coho salmon both as a stock of yield concern and adopt regulatory action plans to rebuild the yield for both stocks. Resolution 24-108, a resolution ratifying the 2025 to 2027 proposed labor agreement with the Matanuska-Susitna Borough Employees Association and authorizing the manager to sign and execute said agreement. AM 24-107, approval of change order number 1 for the contract 22090PB with Lounsbury and Associates to add $53,725 for the design of Hemmer Road Extension Project and extend the final completion date to October 31st, 2026. AM 24-109, informing the assembly of the manager's signature on and the fiscal year 2025 enhanced 911 spending priorities agreement and approving the fiscal year 2025 payments of $144,000 each to the cities of Palmer and Wasilla for the call taker wages and benefits. AM 24-110, award of quote number 25049Q to the Boutte Company in the contract amount of $114,365.29 to design fish passage improvements for Shoshana Drive at Coal Creek. AM 24-111, awarded bid number 24-160B to Raven Electric and the contract amount of $225,336 to install security cameras at various emergency services buildings.
Deputy Mayor?
I move to approve the consent agenda as read into the record by the clerk.
Is there any objection? Okay, hearing none, then the consent agenda has been approved. Madam Clerk.
Resolution 24078, a resolution adopting the process for community councils to develop a community comprehensive plan or special use district. It was pulled by Assemblymember Bernier.
Okay, Deputy Mayor.
I move to adopt RS 24-078 and speak to it.
Yes.
You know, there's we the people, it's everyone that makes decisions. Now, some of them join clubs and or communities and they have their voice. Then you got others that work hard and never show up to anything, but they have a voice as well. And then you got people that are on planning commissions and stuff like that, dealing out their stuff. I for one, think there should be option 4 out of all the 3, because people need more voice. Whether you own the property, you're a resident there, you should have a say in what's going on in your community. Not just a small handful of people that elect themselves to a community council. And I see that a lot. I know in my community, there's 9,000 people. If we have 0.00052 of those people making up the rules for everybody else, it just doesn't figure out. And I would just shoot this down myself. Thank you.
Further discussion on the motion on RS 24-078. Yes.
I have a question for staff on this one, if I could ask. The question I'm wondering is, I know the South Connect area is, we've already said they could move forward with a plan. I don't like that the other community councils weren't able to weigh in on this, even though I know I just want to say that with the caveat. I know the intention was to create a process. And so the intention was very good to set up something that used staff time wisely and got permission to do that. But I don't like that the community councils that could be affected by this didn't have a chance to comment. So my question is, if this is postponed so that we can get that additional comment from the community councils, what does that do for the South Connect area at this point?
Go ahead, sir.
Mayor, thank you. Alex Strawn, Planning Director for the Mat-Su Borough, to Assembly-Member Nowers, through the Mayor. So when in May, this Assembly adopted a resolution to proceed with a special use district in the South Connect River Community Council, or in the South Connect River Community Council area. And they came to us and said, so what's the process? And we said, well, we don't really have one, so we're going to develop one. And we developed a process, and when we developed it, thought it might be a good idea, especially since this seems to be somewhat controversial, to bring this to the Assembly and make it sort of a more formalized process that has buy-in by the elected officials. At that point, we told the South Connect River Community Council that we would like to hold off on moving forward with development of a SPUD while we work through this this procedure. I think that answers your question, but
Yeah, so I guess I'm wondering, if we postpone this, it just means that the South Connect Community Council, the folks who wanted to move forward, are waiting this much longer to get started on whatever that process will look like.
so I believe it would be prudent to wait until we have a process outlined, especially if, given the controversial nature of this, we may want to go with option 3, so that there's a better makeup of different interests in the community, that the Assembly has buy-in early on. So I think it would be prudent to have an adopted process in place before we move forward.
Okay, that answers that question. If I can, I just have comments at this point, so thank you for the answer. I just want to say, in terms of this process, I very much understand the concerns on both sides. What I have seen at the Assembly level and in my own experience at the Gateway Community Council and as a resident in this area, is there is a very high hurdle for any special use plan to get passed. And at the end of the day, the Planning Commission gets to weigh in and this Assembly gets to weigh in. So I'm not a big fan, unless the community chooses to first let the Assembly weigh in on who represents you and not give communities the choice. to speak to directly to the businesses and feeling like they don't have a voice, I can tell you at the planning commission level and certainly at this assembly level, if somebody comes to us with a plan and it's clear that 5 people participated and the businesses were left out, that's not a plan that's going to pass. And you saw that at the planning commission, their immediate response to hearing from the businesses that, we don't feel like we're having a voice. They responded immediately to that. So I think we've all seen a lot of times at the assembly where a plan comes forward from the community. More often than not, if the groundwork hasn't been done, there will be people come out of the woodwork who played no part in the process at all, and it will be torpedoed, and it will go down in flames. And I think staff is wise to try to come up with a process that avoids that, because it's a lot of work for everybody. So I think given that the Kinnick area has been waiting since May to move forward on something, I would have liked seen this go before the community councils, but I think the best option is have all 3 options on the table, and it's on the community council to do their work to reach out to the community. Because if you just decide, well, we're going to try to ram this through with 5 folks, it's not going to get past this body. So you need to sit down with the businesses, and you need to sit down with your neighbors and make sure that they are part of the process, and you try to find compromise. I know at the Gateway Community Council, we always had the businesses have a voice at the table. And I mean, I found my neighbors were, it was funny how much we had in common and that we tried to work through. So I would, at this point, support keeping all 3 options on the table, with the knowledge that it gives the community a chance to decide. It's not the assembly dictating, and knowing that businesses who don't have a vote at the community council still very much have a voice, that they should be allowed to express at the community council, and very much a voice when it comes to the assembly up here, from my point of view.
Assemblyperson Hale, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. First couple things I want to clear up. The requirement for residency to vote at a community council meeting is a requirement handed down to us by state law and enshrined in borough code. It is not something that the community council changed suddenly in order to cut out non-resident property owners. That is a state law and borough code requirement. Second of all, I have attended many Kinnick River Community Council meetings. There is generally very good participation at that meeting. The room is usually mostly full, except for kind of the end areas around fishing and hunting season. And I have never, ever seen them tell somebody that they could not speak at one of their meetings. I do think that all 3 options are the best way to go move forward with this, because first of all, the community council, the comprehensive plans and the special use districts are designed to be created by the local community. That is their entire purpose. The entire purpose of a community council is for residents to have a say in what goes on in their neighborhoods. And to protect that, I think we need to have all 3 options. Now, there may be a time when a community council asks for option number 3, which is, obviously the most labor intensive, the most costly to the borough. But there may be a time when that's something that they would like to see. I'm not a real big fan of option 1. I think option 1 could lead to some plans that are, half-baked or developed without any kind of knowledge of what the code is and what state law permits and does not permit. So I'm not a real big fan of option number 1, but options number 2 and number 3 are very good. And the planning department has developed this with a lot of thought. Alex puts a lot of thought into things that he puts together. The other thing I would like to note is that there is, just because non-residents cannot vote at community council meetings, nothing precludes the community council from appointing a non-resident property owner or a non-resident business owner to the planning team. As you can see from the comprehensive plan that was developed from 2006 to 2014, there was a non-resident on that planning team. So I think that all three options are absolutely the way we should go with this.
Assemblyperson McKee?
I guess right off the bat, I'd like to say that I would like to, I've said that 3 times, haven't I? Postpone this indefinitely, and I'll tell you why. When the folks first came, and I guess it was May, I said all of the things that they said, I thought about the business out there. Those dirty routes, they can't do that. So what I always try to do, about 99% of the time, if something is presented at an assembly meeting, I don't want to just hear about it, I want to go see it. And so having heard all those comments, I went out there and I thought, oh my gosh, this enterprise is amazing. I would, in college, travel industry management, tourism emphasis was my major. And the reason that I did it is because I wanted everybody in the world to come see Alaska and see how beautiful it was, so that we would do 2 things: take care of it on the one hand, the environment, and the second thing is to promote our resource development. And the cleanest resource development is tourism. They leave a very small footprint. So I went out there, and I actually even saw 2 of my former students working out there. The people that work there think it's an incredible place. The people that we actually saw a wedding party come back in off the glacier. And if that was noise, I tell you, I couldn't hear it. We were in the lodge. And they came in a helicopter, and they don't leave those rotors running for very much time because the cost of fuel is just intensely expensive. So they turn it on, take off. No more, you don't hear them. They come back. They sit on, turn it off right away to save the fuel. So I thought, I'm going to go back to the assembly meeting, and I'm going to say, that is a major, amazing operation. If ever in my travel industry management history of studying, that would be the poster child for a clean, small footprint operation. But then we come back to the meeting tonight and we hear all kinds of other pretty negative things. And we hear the word lies and stuff like that. And I don't know where to go with this right now. And I'm just not prepared to vote on something where I'm a firm believer in the accuser and the accused being together in the same place. Because if I hear you 1 week and you 2 weeks later, it's like, I really don't know who's got it. You need documentation. You need stuff that says this is how this complaint was brought. This was how it was resolved, because apparently there's a lot of legal stuff going on here. I want to hear both sides of it. And finally, when I die and I go to heaven, and I think that's where I'm headed, and God says, come on in, I'm going to say, no, send me back to the Mat-Su Valley. Send me out to Knik Glacier maybe, because it's so incredible. And I think both sides we have to develop resources, and we have to honor the feelings of the people that live there. Absolutely. I'd be right in the front of the line, just hanging on to everything I could possibly do. But I think that there must be a compromise in here somewhere. And that's the way I want to move forward with it. But I don't see that happening here tonight. I'm not willing to make that kind of a weighty decision. So if postponing indefinitely means, okay, everybody, get back to the drawing board, talk together, come here together, both sides. Because I heard a lot of good stuff on, compliments on one side and negatives on the other. I want to see everybody like in the same room. Let's get her done. So that's where I stand.
Okay, I'm sorry, what?
Are you recognizing that as a motion?
Were you making a motion or just a comment at this time?
Oh, I guess I would make that as a motion. Yeah, so
Okay.
how do I say that?
Okay.
I move to postpone this, resolution indefinitely.
Okay, so can we discuss that,
Motion to
the postpone?
indefinitely.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor to postpone indefinitely, so the discussion will have to line up with that motion. Okay, Assemblyperson Fauna, go ahead.
Yeah, so from the testimony, and it was from both sides, as it's presented with only one option, nobody really liked it. So I believe to expand as many voters as possible. So I will actually support your Ms. McKee's decision to vote this down completely. And briefly during a break, I've talked to some of the management and said, how can this be done so more people that are going to be affected could put the input and as an idea or as an example was brought up as a kind of like a lake management plan where the outreach takes place to people that are affected at it. And I would say the residents, property owners, business owners, and they get to vote if they want to move forward with the SPUD. And if there is enough vote, majority passes that they do want to move forward with SPUD, then we start moving process. But the way it was, it sounded like some people were left out of the process. For that reason, I'll support Ms. McKee's proposal, and I would work with the attorney to draft ordinance so that we have a good, clear mechanism in place, a very democratic process, so that when somebody with SPUD wants to be started, that people that are going to be affected will get to vote yes to move forward or not to move forward with the SPUD process. And then if there is enough votes, then that moves forward. And I think that would set a very good precedence moving forward. So with that, I hope everybody will support me and Ms. McKee. Thank you.
Okay, Assemblyperson Hale.
Yeah, I'd just like to point out that postponing this indefinitely would revert us back to the process that currently exists, which is very clunky and Alex does not like very much. In fact, it's so clunky that when we passed the original resolution saying that we were going to help South Connect River Community Council develop their SPUD, we made a notwithstanding clause in that resolution. Mr. Gamble put forward the amendment notwithstanding the current guidelines on the process because it was so clunky. So we're going to go back to a process which we set aside specifically for the South Connect River Community Council SPUD. So,
Assemblyperson McKee.
Clunky or not, it's something has to be done differently. Fona was referring to a lakes management plan where they crossed all the T's and dotted all the I's and came here with a 54% margin. They only needed a 50 or 51, something like that. And I don't know that the assembly, what we were doing, but we voted it down and said there wasn't enough representation. Maybe that's key here, not enough representation. We see a few people here tonight. They're very passionate, as I would be. We heard from the business owner, who's very passionate, as I would be, and some people that work for him. I think that if we don't do that, we're gonna try to pass this thing without having enough really hard information to actually make a fair decision. I don't want to go through the Beverly Lakes thing again. I want everybody who should be involved to be involved, and that includes us. I don't like to vote on something when I'm not sure of it, and you know what? I ain't sure of it.
Okay. Deputy Mayor?
I have a question to staff. What's the population of South Connect? Anybody?
About 700 families.
Okay. So there's quite a few people that could weigh in. I was just trying to do some numbers in my head here versus what we've heard tonight, and I agree. Everybody's got an opinion on one way or the other, but there's a lot of people that don't have a say right now that should have a say, and I just want it equal for everybody.
Okay, Assemblyperson Gamble?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, I've been through the comp plan process. Ours took, between that and lake management, I think it was 5 years total. And the lake management plan was even more controversial than the comp plan. We actually had to have troopers come to a couple of our meetings because of all the people from Anchorage that came out that didn't have a vote, but they own property in Big Lake. So I get how controversial it can be. And Assemblymember Fonoff and I were talking about maybe having a vote similar to an LID process where we could poll the residents, the property owners in South Connect River and see how many are for SPUD and how many aren't. That may be a good starting point for the process. Thank you.
Further discussion by the Assembly. Yes, Assemblyperson Howard?
I just want to say to Ms. McKee, I don't think tonight we're trying to resolve the dispute in Kinnick. We're trying to find a process by which communities can come to us and express a vision for what they want. We did have this come before the Assembly, and that was advertised. So people had the ability to come forward. We all are familiar with, you put it out there, but people don't hear about it, or they don't know. I don't know about the idea of having a vote. If an LID, we mail to 15 people, 15 property owners. And just in that recent one we had, only, 9 responded. It's a really expensive way to try to get people to vote, and it seems like a lot of people don't respond to that, and or don't get their mail. I mean, the number of times people have said, I didn't see it, I didn't know it existed. I guess where I'm at is these 3 options allow a community to get started, and they will have a voice, because more often than not, what happens is, despite sometimes the best efforts of the people working on it to reach out to folks, there'll be people who come out at the end, and it will be opposed, and it won't. I think the burden, most of the time, the bias is these things will not pass. So I do think that the voice is there. It just allows the community to get going. And our process is community councils. That is how this borough has set up for the community to have a voice. And anybody who is an area resident can be on that. So as far as postponing indefinitely, I could support postponing for a month to give the community councils more time, but I want to give communities an option to move forward, and staff the ability to offer different levels of service, because if staff spends 100 hours on this, that's a lot of time, whereas if you have this process in place, there's some levels of amount of work they're going to do on it that the community says this is what has to specify. So I see moving forward with the 3 options as an improvement over the current process.
Assemblyperson Hale?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. I would absolutely support taking a vote of folks on the SPUD after the final draft was prepared. Like with an LID, when you get the ballot with the LID, it tells you exactly what's going to be what work is going to be performed, exactly how much it's going to cost you. So I think that is an excellent idea when the final version comes out, when whoever has decided upon the final version, we send it to the community out. We could put it on the ballot during the general election, just specifically for that precinct. We could mail them the ballots like we do for LIDs, whatever. That would be fine. But I think it's premature to send a letter to somebody saying, hey, would you be in favor of a SPUD, when they don't even know what that SPUD might entail. So if I would be in favor of postponing, but not indefinitely. If there are other community councils, we saw a lot of letters from community council presidents in our packet saying, as a community council, we'd like to weigh in on this, to give community councils time to weigh in on it, to give assembly members time to draft any type of amendments they might like to see to the process that we could consider. I would offer a secondary amendment, Madam Clerk. I would offer a secondary amendment postponing this for, let's say, after the election, obviously. Yes.
A motion to postpone indefinitely is not amendable.
It's not amendable. Well then, I oppose indefinitely.
I was hoping it was amendable because I'm liking what you're saying. Can I speak now, or do we have to do the amendment?
You can withdraw.
Can I withdraw?
Yeah.
Okay.
You could withdraw.
I'll
and
withdraw
then-
the what did I say?
Postpone indefinitely.
Yeah, okay,
Postpone
because that,
indefinitely.
yeah, because I want there to be more flexibility, so, okay, that's a done deal right now. Can I say some
You
more?
have to-
And then you have to ask if there's any objection to withdraw.
Any objection?
No,
Yeah.
her.
You go ahead, yes, you go ahead and do that. You can do that.
Okay, the motion has been made to, or she has withdrawn her motion to postpone indefinitely. Is there objection from the assembly for her to do that? You have an objection? Okay, so I guess now we need to vote on that. Okay. So the motion before you is to postpone indefinitely.
Hold on, Madam Mayor.
Okay, just a minute.
Oh, there it is.
Let me think this through. This doesn't happen very often when somebody tries to withdraw their motion.
Okay, so is it vote to withdraw?
Well, give me a second to think
Okay.
this through. real quick.
All right.
So the motion on the floor is to withdraw. She moved to, or withdraw her motion to postpone indefinitely.
Okay, so, yes,
If you vote yes,
you're shutting it down.
you are in favor of withdrawing the motion, and if you vote no, you want the motion to postpone indefinitely to remain on the floor. There, sorry, that took me a little bit to get through.
Okay. So does everybody understand? Okay, all right. So Madam Clerk, go ahead.
Assemblymember Gamble. Madam Mayor, the motion to withdraw passed with Assemblymember Fonoff and Bernier opposed.
Okay.
Can I speak now about?
Now, if
'cause
you
my
want to
leg's
make a
still
new
on.
motion, or
Not yet.
somebody-
I want to talk about postponing, absolutely, but postpone a month, something of this magnitude, I think is not enough time.
Well,
Certainly, and we're having an
we'll
election
make
in there.
them,
Am I not supposed to talk?
no,
okay.
but what time are you talking about?
I don't know, you're doing a hand jive, and I thought I was supposed to just shut up or something. I just, when you look at LIDs, and Stephanie, you were saying that they're expensive, or somebody was saying they're expensive and blah, blah, blah. Well, maybe they are, but maybe when you look at the way those things are so definitively resolved, it's on paper, you had the chance, it tells who, to me, that really works, and I wish we'd have done that with the lakes management thing. But with this, there is such passion here, and I want to know who really does want what. You can say all you want, well, she said this or she said that or whatever, but if it's not on paper and it's not set out like in an LID, it doesn't mean anything. I was going to say a bad word, it doesn't mean anything to me. But really, I think this deserves all parties to be heard and no excuses. You don't vote, you don't vote. That's on you. But this way, it's just too much he said, she said kind of a thing. So I don't know, you want to, somebody suggest a time other than just a month? Got to be more than that for me.
Assemblyperson Hale's input?
I'd like your input. Go ahead, yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would move to postpone until the first meeting in December.
First meeting in December.
That would be December 3rd.
Okay. Discussion on the motion to postpone until December 3rd. No discussion? Any objection?
Could I ask one more thing before we shut this down? How do we convey to the folks who are involved in this that an LID type of process would be better? I mean, Alex, do we do that with you, or how do we do that? Because I think that's what ought to come out of this, something really concrete.
Go ahead, sir. If you want to answer, if not, say you pass it to the boss. Whatever you want to do.
Well, thank you, Madam Mayor. If this gets postponed till time certain in December, we would send out this draft to the community councils asking for their input. Anything additional that you wanted to put in there, I don't know, I guess I would.
You
defer
need to
clerk
have
on
some
how that would get in
definite
there.
instructions.
Yes,
That what you're
please.
saying?
Yes.
Yeah. So
those
there
would-
is some instructions that are automatic with your motion, but if you want additional instructions, then it needs to be discussed at this time.
And when?
I'm sorry?
What, discussed when?
I'm sorry.
Then it has to be discussed when, if it's additional things.
Well, yeah, now I guess, right? So they would know then how to reach out to not only that community council, but all the community councils, right? Because that's,
Yeah,
isn't
because they're all
that
in
a
this.
part of the understanding? Yeah, so let me see if Assembly
So-
Person D is done.
So can we actually ask, I guess it's Alex, to do whatever you do when you set up these LID things, which I don't know the lingo, I really don't. But,
Mike's going to help us.
all right.
Well, I don't know if I'm going to help you. So through the mayor, I think what we're saying is what we're hearing, and this is why we brought it forward, right? These topics are often contentious. So we wanted to make sure the assembly had some input on the front end, not the back end when we handed you a product. So I understand it's not a fun debate necessarily, but I think what we're saying from what I'm hearing is we would take the existing process that's drafted on tonight's agenda, and we would get that out to all the community councils and allow them to provide input. If the assembly wants to look at a process by which you use like an LID or a lake management petitioning process as part of the adoption for a SPUD, we would need somebody to kind of make that motion and agree as a body that that's what you want. We would incorporate that in and send that out to the community councils. If you're not ready to do that tonight, we'll send what we have out, but it won't have that adjustment in it. And then that would give you time as an assembly member if you want to work with Alex and draft an amendment down the line. But that likely wouldn't have community council review by the time we come back on December 3rd. Is that fair? So if it seems like there might be an appetite for a petition process, if you want that, somebody make a motion, you can talk about that, and then we can incorporate it in the process before it goes out to community council.
Can I make that motion?
Okay, just a minute.
Oh.
I think maybe the clerk has some input here, so can you hold a minute? Okay, go ahead.
I think the issue I'm having right now is we have a resolution in front of us, or the assembly does. There's no amendments to it, but you're trying to give different direction than what the resolution's stating. So I don't think, I mean, you can always direct the manager to float these other ideas, but I wouldn't include it in the adoption of this resolution, maybe do it under comments at the end.
So would we, at this point, say we want, what was our first meeting in December? Did we already vote for that?
Yeah, the motion.
Tim says we haven't, so that would be the
that's
motion.
on The motion that's on the floor now is to postpone until December 3rd.
Okay, can we do
Right.
that then?
And so like what the clerk is saying, if, you want to send out candy canes with that, when you send it to the community council.
Christmas time.
Yeah, it's Christmas time,
Yeah.
then under the parting comments you have tonight, then you would give those instructions to the.
Okay. So right now, we're just going to vote on postponing until December, or whenever our first meeting in December.
Okay, you
Can I
submitted, and did I have people down here? The clerk, okay, all righty. Deputy.
Question to staff. What did the planning committee, I know they voted towards option 3, but can you give us more detail?
Where we need to
This is a motion to postpone, so let's take care of this first. okay?
Well, instead of kicking the can down the road, I'm trying to get some information, because in all reality, I think you should actually just
So
stop
what do you
this
want-
resolution
What do you
and
want from
send him back.
staff? What do you, Deputy Mayor, what do you want from staff?
I want to know what the planning commission had come up with, because it didn't sound like they really wanted any of the 3. I think what Dimitri and Bill was saying about doing an LID style, that would be an option 4 or
Right,
option
but-
5, there's a couple
But
more
We have to
things.
deal with the motion to
Right, so
postpone.
I'm trying to say, hey, instead of kicking the can down the road, let's shut this down, let's send it back, and let's have a good plan to introduce to everybody.
The motion on the floor is what we need to discuss. That's the motion to postpone till December 3rd. Okay? So Tim, no,
Actually,
okay.
assembly member.
Fonoff, go ahead.
I oppose the December thing. We have it seems like it's far away, but in reality, it's not. Because if we're going to take a decision on such a big thing that affects, depending on answers that were shot out from the public, from 900 to 2,000 people or families or residents, and then we're only going to send letter to community council, which is very limited. I believe that's still not going to give us that full picture of what community wants. I still want to see the shutdown. We mail out, and Mr. Hale said, if we send out a notice, I think anybody who got the mail will take very seriously when they see an envelope from the borough type of thing. Even if there is no details, but it says the community council is requesting to move forward with a spot or something along those lines, and now you can participate, that is a very well-informed public. And those that then choose not to participate, they lost out on an opportunity. Depending on that number, how many stamps do we need to use? I think it's a minimal cost relative to what impact that it would have for businesses, for residents and things like that. So I don't think that's enough time. I'm going to vote down on this specific date because we're just kind of named the date and then vote on a process. And I think effort that Alex has put forward, that doesn't defeat the purpose. That template and rules, so that's already in place. But the process to get to that, I think it needs to be more democratic. And then once we got enough yes and support to move forward with a spot, then those efforts will move forward. So I don't think one is not on the way of each other. I do want to postpone this indefinitely, reach out to community, whether it's 900 or 2,000, and then based on that reference, based on those results, we'll move forward. I think it's a very reasonable request. With that, that's what I would love to see Assembly to do today.
Okay, so the motion before you is to postpone until December 3rd. Is everybody ready to vote?
Madam Mayor, it failed with Assemblymember Hale and Nowers in support.
Okay, all righty, so now we're back with the motion, with the resolution before us. Deputy Mayor.
I call the question.
All righty. Well, now, is there objection to calling the question? Okay.
Sorry. So, what, I can't? No.
No.
So what?
We have to vote, we voted on the, there was no, so you can object to calling the question,
Okay,
and
well-
then that will make everybody vote, but you can't have comment at this time.
Okay,
Okay.
so we're calling the question.
So calling the question will stop debate, and if you're, I asked if there was any objection, and if you are objecting. Okay, okay. So is there any objection to calling the question? Okay, so then that stops debate, and we have before us the motion to adopt, right? We have before you, you have the motion to adopt the resolution. Okay, and no discussion because you've cut off debate. Okay,
Madam Mayor, it failed with Assemblymember Hale and Nowers in support.
okay. Ready, so that takes care of the resolution.
So where do we go from here on that? That,
Right there, that man right there.
You can, as we discussed earlier, under your parting comments tonight, for your parting comments, if you have some instructions. Oh, Mr. Attorney's raising his finger at me.
I was going to offer another alternative, seeing as how it's going to be late at the end of the night. Every person at this table, with the exception of the clerk and I, has the power to introduce ordinances and resolutions. You are free to talk with administration or law tomorrow when you're clear-headed, next week when you get some input, and direct someone to bring forward legislation. And the manager's nodding as well, so.
Okay,
So if you can't form your thoughts tonight, or it gets too late, or you're just too, we can move on, and it's not that the opportunity is lost.
okay, Deb, okay. Everybody straight now, we're ready to move for the next item. Okay,
Resolution 24-105, a resolution directing the manager to place a display in the lobby of the Dorothy Swanton Jones Building to include the Ten Commandments, Magna Carta, the Mayflower Compact, Declaration of Independence, and the preambles to the United States Constitution and Alaska Constitution. Assemblymember Bernier pulled it.
okay, Deputy Mayor, you want to move for approval?
I move RS 24-105, and I'd like to speak to it.
Yes, go ahead, sir.
So we homeschool at home there with, I've got 9 kids, and some of the stuff that we were going over is history. And I get a lot of comments like, well, you know, Declaration of Independence, it's kind of sun faded and squirrely writing, you can't even read it, and this and that. So we took and got it in English to where we can actually read it and stuff like that. And I was showing them, you know, on this display that I'm wanting to put it here in the lobby. It starts off with the 10 Commandments because those were the first kind of laws that we had. And then I go to the Magna Carta because that's when the land barons went, they had a tyrannical king and they wanted equal rights and stuff. And so all this display is basically a history of law, how we come to our laws today. And it starts off with the 10 Commandments, the Magna Carta, the Mayflower Compact. That was the first set of laws in the U.S. in 1620. Then goes to Declaration of Independence, and then the preamble to the Constitution, and then our Alaska Constitution preamble. But these are things that, unless you know your history, you don't have anything to be proud of. Once you know your history, where you came from, how we got here, that's all very, very important. That's what's wrong with this culture today. They don't know where they came from. They came from this thing.
Okay. Further discussion on the motion. Assemblyperson Hale, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. I would like to move to amend Resolution 24-105 by placing the words "a synopsis of the Code of Hammurabi" at the beginning of the list of documents. And I'd like to speak to it if I may.
Yes.
Yeah, the Code of Hammurabi is is the second oldest legal code that we have archaeological evidence for, and is considered the most comprehensive legal code of the Bronze Age, and is so well respected in the history and lawmaking areas that a bust of Hammurabi is actually carved into the walls of the United States Capitol.
Okay. Ready, so we have motion to amend, to add. Further discussion on that motion? Okay.
That was actually on our list of things to put in there. We were just afraid that it was getting too busy or too big. But I support Tim's amendment, and I got a second amendment. I move to amend resolution serial.
Well, I think he already, did you make a motion to amend, sir? So he's already made a motion to amend.
Okay.
Okay.
And then
So
I'll,
now it's the discussion on whether you want to adopt that amendment, okay? Further questions, further discussion? Any objection to the adding of that? Okay, so now before you is Resolution 24-105 as amended. Further discussion on that? No, okay. Assemblyperson McKee.
I was, as all of you know by now, a 26-year teacher of middle school, and one of my assignments was social studies and studying the 3 great religions of the world, which were Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. And all of these things built on each other. So when you have a document like the Constitution, you got to say, okay, what went on before this? And so to exclude the 10 Commandments or things like that, kind of, it puts aside the intentions of the people who were drawing up the document. And the very first thing that I was looking at, Thomas Jefferson, on every question of construction, let us carry ourselves back to the time when the Constitution was adopted, recollect the spirit manifested in the debates, and instead of trying what meaning may be squeezed out of the text or invented against it, conform to the probable one in which it was passed. And they certainly consulted these other kinds of documents historically. And when I taught that in public school, if you think that I could teach the religions in the world as a religious matter, you'd be dead wrong. I would have been gone longer than 26 years. It was historical. That's a history that we have. It's written. So to say, well, it's religion, yeah, it's kind of half religion, half philosophy, half government, half law, a lot of halves there. But the whole idea is that we are simply, as Ron was saying, establishing the history of who we are today based on where we all came from. And to say that religion is somehow well, let me tell you, one time I was giving a dissertation on Aesop's fables, and somebody said, well, you can't teach that. Why? Because it has a moral. Yeah, that's why he wrote them. So we've gotten so far afield from what Thomas Jefferson just said that it's absurd. A couple of other guys. Well, now I'll get to it. George Washington, in his farewell address, of all the dispositions and habits which lead to political prosperity, religion and morality are indispensable supports. That's George Washington, pretty famous guy. Finally, Benjamin Franklin said, I have so much faith in the general government of the world by Providence, capital P, that I can hardly conceive a transaction of such momentous importance to the welfare of millions should be suffered to pass without being in some degree influenced, guided, and governed by that omnipotent, omnipresent, and beneficent capital R ruler. So the guys that helped set us up as the most successful nation ever, they knew it. They were giving credit where credit was due, and they were looking back to history. So I don't ask my kids at school to believe in a thing or anything. But history, it's written down. You can't rewrite it. You take what the original meanings were. So to me, if you were to say, well, I'm going to put the Ten Commandments in the Dorcas Wanda, whatever Jones building, I say, I ain't going for that, because that's pretty specific. This is a historical progression of documentation of the history of who we are. So look at it as a religious thing if you want to do that. As a historical thing, it's one or the other or both. But it is not a promotion of, somebody said, well, Catholic, Lutheran, Christian, Jewish, it's all those. So you're not pushing a religion. Anyway, Terry.
Deputy Mayor, would you move us past the 10 o'clock mandatory adjournment, please?
I move to move the meeting till 10:30.
Okay. Is there any objection to moving the end of the meeting till 10:30? Okay, hearing no objection. Okay. Assemblyperson Nowers, you had a comment?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So my husband's a history major, so he would love this discussion. He would want it to go on. I'm the business major, so I think, while, we love that people would read it, I'm also conscious that a lot of folks in my district would not want to see a huge amount of money go. They'd rather it go to filling the potholes or, helping with the ambulance service. So I just want to, there's no budget limit on this, and I know you're hopeful to have donations, so I'd just like to offer an amendment to cap the maximum at, it shouldn't cost too much to get a frame and stuff like that, so $750. And just, so the amendment is to cap with a maximum of $750 for these displays.
Okay, so there is an amendment to tap that discussion. Yes, Assemblyperson Onoff, go ahead.
Ms. Nowers, how did you come up with that specific price number?
Just the cost of a frame and a display shouldn't be that much. Plus, I'm just thinking about people's taxes and where they want them to go. So if the administration comes back to us and says we can't do it for $750 or the donations don't come forward, we can come back to it. But I just like having a cap on it so folks recognize that this is something we want to do, but that we're also conscious that those dollars can't be spent elsewhere.
Okay, further discussion, Assemblyperson?
I would even move as much as capping out borough spending zero for that, and we open the page and people can donate, I bet you we can raise a lot more than 750 people from Matsu residents for this cause.
Assemblyperson Hale?
Is that a motion?
Yes, I believe, I think zero Matsu borough money should be spent on this. So I'll amend my to a zero, what's coming out of budget, but find out the right process where people through GoFundMe or whatever can donate specifically to that process. And I'm pretty sure there's gonna be people enough, and I hope as long as the provision is in place that even us assembly can donate to that, I think we'll not gonna have problem finding that, and nobody's gonna miss out on the pothole, so.
Okay, so Madam Clerk?
If I could clarify, to bring it back down to zero, it basically defeats the motion, so you need to either vote yes or no on this motion that's on the floor. So if you don't agree with capping it at 750, you'd vote no. If you do agree with capping it at 750, you would vote yes.
Could Stephanie, if she liked, withdraw your amendment? All the potholes are going to get filled and, yeah, I'm for that.
I'm willing to withdraw it. I just want the staff to come up with an estimate, so we aren't collecting a bunch of money that, let's have an estimate and then, sure, we can try to raise the donations for it. I don't know. I just look for a little input from them. I'm willing to withdraw that.
Okay, any objection to withdrawing? Okay, okay, already, so.
I'll make a motion.
Okay.
Amendment to make that legislation to be zero to the Matsu borough, but instruct manager or the staff to put in place where the residents could donate to that, and we use zero funds from that borough, and then if there is a leftover, we can donate to the potholes or whatever, but something useful and meaningful. And I believe that would be a good gesture for us, how we do this process. And nobody would be able to blame, even if $1 of Matsu borough money was spent to display this. So,
Can I ask the attorney a question? Since currently, and the clerk, currently in the resolution, it doesn't talk about expenditure at all, right? So would we need to have more than just a motion, or is it already understood the way it is that it's zero?
Well, I believe what Assemblymember Fonoff made was a motion to amend. You could take it as adding another, therefore be it further resolved that the borough manager is directed to spend zero public dollars, but rather to solicit donations for the project.
Okay, so the clerk's in agreement with the attorney.
I have
So we'll move
rephrased the motion, but I believe that is the Assemblymember's intent.
Okay, does that?
yeah, I believe
address your-
that indicates what and I believe.
Anybody have a question about the amendment then? Oh, I'm sorry.
And to be clear, just in case anybody asks me later, the way I would interpret that amendment would be, of course, there's going to be some staff time used because the manager's going to have to put some work into it, maybe some
Right.
O&M staff and stuff like that, but no expenditure of money in terms of buying physical products for this.
Okay. Is there any objection to the amendment then? Okay. Seeing no objection, then back to the main motion to adopt Resolution 24-105 as amended. Okay, any objection?
My time?
Okay, you have another amendment?
I do have another amendment.
Okay.
I move to amend the resolution serial number 24-105 to add an additional resolution clause as read as follows. Be it further resolved, the borough manager is directed to evaluate placing the same display at all borough libraries and report to the assembly the results of the evaluation.
Okay. Discussion on that amendment. Any objection to that amendment? So I do not hear anything. So then, now we have two amendments to the resolution. Further discussion on the resolution as amended? Any objection to passing the resolution as amended? Okay, I don't see any objection, so the legislation then is passed.
Resolution 24-106, a resolution recognizing the partnership and contributions of the Adult and Teen Challenge Pacific Northwest to the efforts of community cleanup.
And that was
It was,
pulled.
pulled by Assemblymember Fanoff.
Okay, Assemblyperson Fanoff.
I move to adopt resolution 24-106. And I may
You want to speak to it,
speak on
sir?
it. All the people had to go back because they were here from ATC earlier. Some of them got to speak. And I believe there was a lot of good testimony that we got to hear for what we're doing. And I think in the future, in the next assembly meeting, we'll get to see some before after pictures of what they have, what the results have been with this partnership. And one of the graduates who spoke, who is now a very productive member of our community, spoke today, and I just wanted to give credit where credit due, and it took a lot of this assembly body to approve for us to fund the community cleanup coordinator, and it's the money that was very well spent. I think right now, we'll get the report next meeting, but it's close to a dozen severe properties that were cleaned up. There was even from that same partnership, I think wheelchair ramp was built. There was a lot of good things that I actually would encourage more faith-based and the nonprofit people to get involved and reach out to us, because this is a good opportunity, and it shows that we want to work with people, and which when I started what seemed like just a wish or a dream is now a reality, and we're moving forward with this effort and want to continue to not only clean up but help improve. And I think it really helps people who are going through this recovery process also learn to give back to community. And I noticed that that actually learns them to be teaches them the work ethic and also the communicating skills as they go and meet people and see the needs. It's something that I'm glad that we have going, and I hope that everybody supports this resolution.
Okay, further discussion? Yes, Assemblyperson Hale.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to thank Assemblymember Fanoff for bringing this. This is really good. And I also want to thank Mr. Tremaine. Unfortunately, him and his team have left, but him and his team have done some incredible work. They cleaned up a property by Goat Creek out on the old Glen Highway there. That was the owners simply weren't capable of doing it, and they actually went above and beyond and solicited private donations in order to build a handicap ramp for those folks. In fact, I'd like to big shout out to Mr. Ortiz as well. He talked to a lawyer friend of his who apparently had some extra money laying around, and he was actually the one who was able to secure the donation for those folks to go ahead and build that handicap ramp for that couple out there. And I think that these guys have done incredible work all over the borough, but particularly in District 1. So I just want to say thank you for bringing this.
Okay, further discussion on Resolution 24-106. Is there any objection?
I want to thank them as well. It's very important that organizations like that are they are a blessing. You know, they're helping people that really need help. And when you do good things that they can be proud of, think that goes a long way. Because addiction, a lot of addiction is due to shame. If you're shamed and stuff like that, you cannot get out of addiction. When you start doing good things, then good things are going to happen. And I'm glad to be able to partner with them. Thank you.
Any objection to passing Resolution 24-106? I do not see any objections, so the legislation has been passed. And Madam Clerk?
Unfinished business.
Yeah.
Resolution 24099, a resolution opposing the release of land authority along the proposed Alaska Long Trail as it pertains to the National Scenic Trail feasibility study.
Okay, we have a main motion that is already on the floor. Yes, Assemblyperson Gamble.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I move to amend Resolution number 24-099 to strike the two resolution clauses and replace them with, now therefore be it resolved that the Assembly is opposed to relinquishing authority over borough-owned and/or operated trails and lands, and opposed to overreaching restrictions on the Alaska Long Trail within the boundaries of the borough. Be it further resolved that the Assembly specifically opposes the designation of the Alaska, that was spelled wrong, by the way, designation of the Alaska Long Trail as a national scenic trail on borough-owned land because of the use restrictions and loss of local control over the trail. And be it further resolved that the Assembly reaffirms its commitment to the Alaska Long Trail for the reasons expressed in Resolution Serial Number 21-045, and I'd like to speak to it.
Yes, go ahead and speak to it, sir.
Thank you. First of all, I wish Michelle Stevens was here and Lisa Agnew with the Anchorage Snow Machine Club for all of the work and due diligence that they did to educate us about what the National Scenic Trail designation actually can do to harm our ability to manage our own trails within the borough. I am very supportive of the Alaska Long Trail, its concept. In fact, I support all trails, non-motorized, motorized, but especially multi-use trails. And after I introduced the last resolution in discussion with the borough attorney, I guess I kind of shot myself in the foot and I narrowed the scope of what I was trying to accomplish. And so this actually goes back and broadens what I was trying to do by not just designating the National Scenic Trail by keeping that from happening, but we don't want to relinquish any authority over borough-owned or operated trails or lands by anybody. We want to manage our own trails. And so that's what this resolution basically goes back and does, is it just takes out that narrow designation and it broadens it so that we retain control over our trails and lands that the borough owns. And so I'm hoping that the rest of the Assembly will support this amendment that I brought forward tonight. And and so that's the intent of this.
Okay, further discussion on the amendment. Yes, Assemblyperson Hours, go ahead.
Just a general comment that I don't oppose the amendment or this, but and I understand the concerns that go with this trail, but I also see the great opportunity for the valley to have a trail that passes through it that's like the Appalachian Trail. It could bring a lot of business, bring people to the valley. And so I hope with that opportunity, that the folks who have the concerns will reach out to the folks who have started this effort and try to find ways to make that work so that we don't end up with no trail, that we end up with the motorized, the non-motorized, the multi-use, that the opportunity is not lost, because I think there's a fair amount of dollars that could flow our way if we can make this work. So just hope we're not at loggerheads. Let's try to find a way to make this work. And thanks for the focus on this, Bill.
Assemblyperson Hale and then McKee.
Yeah, I just wanted to say this is a really well-crafted amendment, and thank you, Bill.
Assemblyperson McKee.
And I'm like most of the folks on this assembly, give me a trail, I'll love it, I'll follow it. I think we need them. But, during the pipeline, there was this bumper sticker that was pretty popular, and it says, we don't give a damn how they do it outside. And so why can't we be different? That we did. Remember that? Why can't we be different? Would your amendment, is there some mechanism for negotiating with these folks and say, we really like your idea, but we want a little more control? Are we just saying it, or how do we do it?
Nick, do you want to speak to it?
If you want me to. Designation of a national scenic trail is governed by the federal government. I mean, there's regulations in place. It will take acts of Congress to change them. And You may not care how they do it on the outside, but I wouldn't hold my breath to Congress actually changing the rules for all national scenic trails. The information sheets that are out there specifically say that motorized use is virtually prohibited, that it's allowed in some extreme circumstances for, emergency response and fire response and things like that. So as Submember Gamble said, this amendment, A, supports the trail, B, says we don't want to relinquish authority, and C, specifically opposes that national designation because of the loss of control.
Further discussion, I'm sorry, were you finished, sir?
Yeah, and just real quick, I want to reemphasize the part where we're at the whim of whatever administration in Washington, D.C. is in power at the time. And a lot of our bureaucrats in Washington, D.C. don't always follow their own rules. They just make them up as they go along, and I don't want to be at their mercy. Thank you.
Further discussion on the amendment?
So Bill, what are you wanting to accomplish by this? You like the trail idea. What's the end result of this, your amendment?
The end result is that we maintain sovereignty and control over all of our own borough-owned trails and lands.
Just that easy and that flat?
Yeah, and if we designate the Long Trail as a national scenic trail, which I also learned is different than a historic trail. A historic trail doesn't have nearly the restrictions that a scenic designation has on it. So once we designate it as a scenic trail, that's when the feds come in and they can put a quarter mile on each side of the trail. They can basically say you can't cross it, you can't put anything on it unless they tell you can. I mean, we heard all about the permitting process that could happen. It's just, it could tie up our trails in ways that we would never, ever want to happen.
Okay, Assemblyperson Hale?
Yeah, I think the best part of this resolution or this amendment is the final, be it further resolved, that the Assembly reaffirms its commitment to the Alaska Long Trail for the reasons expressed in Resolution Serial Number 21-045. We want that trail, but we don't want the feds to control it.
Further discussion on the amendment? Is there any objection to the amendment? Seeing none. Now we're back to the main motion where we already have the main motion on the floor, but now it is amended. So is there any objection to passing the RS 24-099 as amended? Any objection? Hearing no objection, then it is passed. And so there are no vetoes, and now we are down to new business. Madam Clerk?
Introduction for public hearing on October 15th is Resolution 24097, Resolution 24098, Ordinance 24097 with accompanying Resolution 24102, Ordinance 24098 with accompanying Resolution 24103, and Ordinance 24100 with accompanying Resolution 24104.
Okay, and Deputy Mayor?
I move to introduce the legislation as read into the record by the clerk and set the public hearings for October 15th, 2024.
Is there discussion? Is there any objection? Okay, hearing none, then the legislation is introduced. Deputy Mayor?
I move to confirm the mayor's recommendation as follows. Enhanced 911 Advisory Board, Jared Eason. Library Board, resignation of Adam Jenkins and Mark Sofin to be on the Library Board. Local Emergency Planning Committee, Jared Eason.
Yeah. Discussion on the vacancy report? Any objection? Okay, hearing no objection, then the vacancy report is approved. There is no new business, and let's see. Madam Clerk, please read the referral into the record.
Ordinance 24101, an ordinance amending MSB 17.73 to change notification requirements and process for multifamily developments.
Assemblyperson Hale?
I move to refer ordinance 24-101 to the Planning Commission for 90 days.
Okay. Did you want a time on that? You know, sometimes we put like 90 days on it or 60 days or something.
Yep.
Did you want to have something on there?
It says 90 days, yes.
Okay, all right. Do we need an amendment to that? That's just assumed. Okay, all right, great.
And he said 90 days.
Okay, yeah, he said 90 days, yeah. Okay, any discussion on the referral? Any objection? Yes, Assemblyperson.
It's not objection. I didn't look at it. Mr. Hale, would you be able to kind of summarize basically what this will do so that I know?
Absolutely. It would change the notification and public hearing requirements for the administrative permit to send out the notifications the same radius as is done for like a conditional use permit. So they would have to send out notifications to all the property owners within a certain radius, and then there would be a public hearing held in front of the planning director prior to the issuance of the multifamily use permit.
Further discussion?
Yeah, what is the process now, and where's the multifamily start? If I actually want to share, because I just
That referral, Madam Mayor.
We're just referring this to the to the planning commission, and then it will come back to us for discussion.
Okay.
Before we do adoption, yeah. Okay, so any objection to the referral? Okay, all right, hearing none, then it has been referred. There are no reconsiderations, and we're now to parting comments. Mr. Attorney, parting comments?
No, I'll see you all Thursday, and thanks to Assemblymember McKee for the shout out to Aesop. Anytime you reference fables is good.
Assemblyperson McKee, parting comments?
Yeah, this is a very contentious, exciting, and productive meeting, one of the best. And I think it kind of gets everybody thinking about very fundamental basics of our country and how far we have strayed and what we need to be looking at. So I'm glad we went where we went.
Okay, Deputy Mayor, parting comments?
I want to thank everybody for coming out tonight. And, I've had a lot of people say, well, you can't have the 10 Commandments and display on public property and all this. They're on the Supreme Court lawn. There's a picture of Moses in the Supreme Court. But just to ask Google, should the 10 Commandments be displayed in public spaces? And it says they can take it's a First Amendment right. There's no prohibition of displaying the use of the 10 Commandments as you would any other historical document. It's when you make it by itself where it's a religious thing, then that's when you cross the line. But when it comes to historical stuff, it's our First Amendment right. I just wanted to say thank you for everybody, and that really made me happy today. Thank you, Stephanie. Thank you, Tim. Everyone. Thank you, Lord. We thank you for all the love and mercy. Thank you for all your blessings. Please bless our veterans, our military, our first responders. Please bring love and peace into our valley. Love and understanding with our residents, and bring us all together. In Jesus' name, amen.
Assemblyperson Hale, parting comments?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to move to direct the manager to have staff help the South Connect River Community Council develop a draft special use district plan and pursuant with the resolution that we all adopted in May.
Okay, Assemblyperson Nowers, parting comments?
There's a motion on the floor,
Oh.
Madam Mayor.
That the
Assemblymember
motion,
Hill
not
made a
just,
motion.
okay, all right. Discussion on the motion. Everybody hear it and understand it? You understand it? Well, okay. Madam Clerk, will you read it
He's
again?
going to have to say it again.
Okay.
Yeah, directing, the motion is to directing the manager to have staff help South Connect River Community Council develop a draft special use district plan in concurrence with the resolution that we passed in May. I don't have the serial number handy, sorry.
Okay, did you, go ahead.
I don't know what resolution, we voted down the resolution, so I don't think we did not pass. If we're talking about the resolution number 24078. So,
To be clear, what you voted down tonight was a process.
Yep.
The Assembly has already directed staff in 24052 to do a SPUD for the Community Council. And what his motion is to direct the manager to keep doing that. What you voted down tonight was the process that might apply to all SPUDs anywhere in the borough. But back in May, you passed 24052, and I believe that's Assembly, when he said he didn't have the resolution, 24052 already says assist the South Connect Community Council.
So, Assemblyperson Hale, do you feel your motion is still needed then, since it's already, resolution has already
Yeah,
passed with that
absolutely.
new direction?
The planning director has said he would like to get the new process in place before he moves forward with the SPUD. We do not have a new process, so we should continue to honor our resolution 24-052 and continue helping those folks produce a draft plan.
Okay, Assemblyperson McKee, go ahead.
And I was really liking the idea of LIDs. How come we don't stick that in there? Or is that just part of what we recommend by doing your amendment?
It's certainly something that could come up during the draft planning, yeah.
All right.
Okay. Yes, Assemblyperson Gamble, go ahead.
I'll address it under my comments. Thank you.
Assemblyperson Bonoff, go ahead.
I would ask to pause that process for that specific SPUD and I'm going to work on the legislation to have a mechanism in place that reach out to more people. So then when there's enough support there from all affected people, if that takes place, because I believe that's more democratic and a process moving forward, and I would hope that you can support me in that.
Assemblyperson Gamble, go ahead.
Okay, so now I'm going to have to speak to it. So I want to go back to what Assemblymember Hale was talking about earlier. If you're asking people to vote on something without there being something for them to vote on, it may just be confusing for them if you ask them if they're for South Connect River developing a SPUD, but they don't actually know what the SPUD is. I think that may not be the best way to handle that. And also, as I was thinking about it, after we voted down the resolution, if we would have done that LID process with the Big Lake Comp Plan or the Lake Management Plan with all the property owners out there that didn't actually have a vote, we probably wouldn't have a Big Lake Comp Plan and Lake Management Plan right now. So I'm kind of hesitant to do that process without there being a SPUD framework in place for people to look at to see exactly what they're voting on, if that makes sense. Thank you.
Won't they see that from each time it comes up? Because that's when the LID kicks in, is when people decide they want to do something about it.
Okay.
Yeah. No.
Assemblyperson Hale.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. So my intention is to, once they have a draft plan, is to come back to the Assembly and ask us to direct the manager to send it out to the people of South Connect River for a vote, much like a LID or even if we don't have that process in place by that time. That would be my intention, because I do think that that's a good idea, but you have to have the document before you can ask people to weigh in on it.
So you'd be looking at an LID as a framework with the SPUD thing in back of it to say, okay, got it.
Okay, further discussion? Assemblyperson Gamble.
In fact, Assemblymember McKee, you brought that up earlier, that you would have liked to have seen that as part of a lake management plan process for people to vote on it. And I think going forward, that's probably a great idea for all of our comp plans and lake management plans, is to go back and ask the people what they think about it.
Okay, further discussion? Okay, is there any objection? There is objection. Okay,
Passed with Assemblymember Fanoff and opposed.
okay. Assemblyperson Hours, I think we were at parting comments, were we?
Oh, yeah, that just made me think it's one of those things where it's like, hey, are you support of parks and puppies? And everybody goes, yeah. And then you go, but it'll cost you $1 million. And then they're like, the parks and puppies so much. So it all depends what the more specific you are, the more people have an opinion on it. I just want to thank all the people who came out. It was great to see so much input from the community. And I wanted to mention something we didn't talk about, but Assemblymember Gamble brought forward, which I think is incredibly important, which is helping bring back our fish runs. That Little Sioux fish run is where I caught my first salmon. A lot of people have had experiences there. Guides used to use it, and that's just one of our streams. And it is so bad. I mean, I don't know if numbers can capture it as much as like going out there and seeing how quiet it is, and that we used to worry about regulating traffic on that river. But the return this year, the count is 964. We used to have 30,000. We had 30,000 fish come through there. A lot of years, 15,000. Some years we go down to 3, but it was 1 year. When we've been going down, down, down. So I just want to thank Assemblymember Gamble for bringing that, and just point out, that's a big business for the borough. It's a big reason people live out here is to fish, and it's really important that we get with the fisheries board to do all we can to bring back that run. I do, for some reason, in the resolution, Alaska's misspelled, and it's just, I
We'll
can't.
fix it.
Yeah,
We'll
if we could fix that. It's Alexa. I can't pronounce it, but, yeah, that's it. Thank you. Party comments, sir?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So we will move forward with the Kinnick River Spud. The Assembly has time if somebody wants to bring forward a process for petitioning within an adoption of the plan. But we still got a lot of work before we even get close to that. So that's kind of where I think this thing landed, at least from my perspective, because we got to figure out what to do next. We were supposed to do a port update tonight, but we had a ship come in, so it's kind of a good problem to have. So if you are interested in seeing a deep draft vessel in dock conveying material or commodity, and you're interested in going, please let Dave Griffin or me know, because it is foreign flag, so there are security requirements. You can't just drive down to the port. And so, what's that? Salt. It's part of this state maintenance contract, so like last year, much more delayed, but that's okay. We'll take it. It's good revenue for us, but that came in today. They were already conveying material off of it within probably 2 or 3 hours of it docking. So they are moving quick. So if it is something you want to put your feet on the ground and see physically, there's value in that. So we would love to facilitate that visit if you're interested. That's all, Madam Mayor.
Madam Clerk, nothing. Assemblyperson Gamble, and we have 6 minutes until we have to
Okay, I'll make
extend
it
the
quick.
meeting.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, when my family moved up here in 1967, my dad would take me and my sister fishing, and there were so many fish in Little Willow and Sheep Creek. I mean, it was almost like you could walk across, and you could just go out there, and it was legal to snag, and just to go out there now and just see an occasional fish swim by, it's just saddening to me. And Madam Mayor, thank you for appointing me to the Matsu Borough Fish and Wildlife Commission. I have learned so much my time on that commission, and I never knew how bad things were until the last 10 months that I've been on that commission with our fish stocks. So thank you.
Assemblyperson Fanoff, party remarks? Nope. Okay. So we shall adjourn at 10:25.
You will now be disconnected.